Rindon sir, his team must have joined through CLI conference. Their name is CLI conference.
Okay. So,
So they must be there. Let me check.
hmm. so uh,
Yes, they are there.
yes, yes, yes. So, Ravi, what do you suggest?
Sir,
The chairperson,
hmm,
Professor Kadri, is not accessible. I
okay,
had been contacting him for the last 2 days. There is no
right,
response.
right, sir.
Then I requested Anisur Rahman, but he has an appointment with his medical doctor.
Okay.
So he said he may be late, and we are running short of time, and it is already 9.
Yes, yes.
So what do you suggest?
Sir, my suggestion would be if you are there, then it would be good if you can chair this session
Hmm.
because speakers are already there and it's going to be a good session. So let's listen to the esteemed speakers and then you can chair the session and we can always give our inputs and suggestions after they finish their talk.
Okay, then because we can't be late,
Yeah,
and
yeah. Let me start.
I appreciate the efforts made by Mashroor and Sumera. They have come before I could come or you could come. They were very much here. So,
Okay,
so
Professor Ravi Bhushan, I wonder, may I use PowerPoint?
Certainly, you can use
Okay, let me check if it works, if you allow me.
yeah, Professor Chandramohan sir will be chairing this session.
I mean, let me just check if it works
Yeah, you
actually.
can check.
Okay.
Okay, is it?
Yes, sir. We can see your slides. It works.
Do you see that it's moving now?
Yes, we can see your title slide there.
Yes.
And now the next slides.
Just
I, I-
scroll.
I'm s- I'm switching. I mean, are you
Yes,
seeing the
forward.
next slide?
No, still we are having this title slide.
Okay, and the movement is showing, is it?
Moment is not there, but on the left margin we can see your slides, but you need to bring them onto the main screen. So just scroll or click that arrow. I think that should work.
Okay, but
Now
I'm
we can see.
moving.
Yes.
Yes, yes, yes.
Now are you saying?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
The
Okay.
PowerPoint is working, sir.
So I should not open the PowerPoint, I think.
You
Okay.
can keep it there and let the chair start the proceedings, and then you can use these slides. I think you can keep them there.
Okay.
Uh, Chandramohan sir, now
Anji,
please begin the proceedings of this session. May I request
okay,
you to initiate the proceedings?
just a minute.
In the meantime, let me.
Yes. Okay, then. Okay, then we begin the session. Uh, so, so, friends, we are here to begin the first plenary session today, and we are lucky that we have got both the distinguished speakers. Mashroor Shahid Hussain is known to us for a long time. He is professor of English at Da- Jahangir University, Dhaka, Bangladesh. He teaches, publishes, and presents papers on a host of areas ranging from comparative literature, post-colonialism, critical pedagogy, cultural studies, and queer theory. He has presently been working on three book-length projects. These are first, developing an archaeologic approach to the pedagogy of the literatures of British Isles. Second, rewriting his dissertation on violence against men in film and literature. And third is an unsettling work on five human senses and sensory literatures, that is, literary works that five senses of our hermeneutics. Now, these are very solid and very seminal areas in which he has worked. Rather, he's working every time. Every time I know, call him, he's working and working and working. So, Mashroor, we welcome you and we request you to make your presentation. And I think we have to divide the time. We have 1 hour, so I think about 25, 30 minutes will be okay for you.
Yes, I think.
And then the same time, 25, 30 minutes we'll give to Sumaira, and I will introduce her when I request her to present after. Okay, to Mashroor.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chandramohan, for this generous introduction. I'm Mashroor Shahid Hussain from the Department of English, Jahangir University. And today I'm going to make a presentation on Qazi Nazrul Islam, the national poet of Bangladesh, and his use of Farsi words and images. The title of my presentation is Resuscitating a Farsi Bulbul of Dawn, Qazi Nazrul Islam and Chaotic Imagination. I'm refraining from using the PowerPoint for long because it may hamper the presentation. I decided to use it whenever it's needed, particularly when I'm offering some stylistic discussion. So my talk will offer a chaotic reading of the presence of Persian or Farsi imageries in the poetic oeuvre of Qazi Nazrul Islam, the national poet of Bangladesh. I believe we are aware of the entrance and accommodation of Persian or Farsi, its synonym in South Asia. Now, if I delimit the focus and concentrate on Bengal only, the undivided Bengal, then it is legitimate to isolate three phases through which Farsi evolved as a major language in Bengal. Farsi entered South Asia through merchants and migrants. However, it was through the arrival in Bengal of Ikhtiyar al-Din Muhammad Bakhtiyar Khilji, a Turko-Afghan military general, and his conquest of Goura in 1204 that Muslim rule was consolidated in Bengal. And it is during this Bengal Sultanate, or throughout the Bengal Sultanate, Farsi was established as a major language of communication. It was, however, during the rule of Ghiyasuddin Azam Shah that Farsi literature found its boom in Bengal. Persian poet Hafiz made regular correspondence with Azam Shah. The second phase of the Mughal Empire. During the Mughal Empire, more precisely the reign of Akbar, Farsi became the Europeans' lingua franca and the language of administration in Bengal. Gradually, non-Muslims too adopted the language and started writing in Farsi. The almost 600-year-long dominance of Farsi came to a halt with the advent of the British Raj, following the defeat of Siraj-ud-Dowlah, the last independent Nawab of Bengal, in the Battle of Palashi or Plassey in 1757. The was systemically displaced by English around 1837. However, the impact remains in various forms. For example, the term Hindi is a Farsi word, and the impact of Sufism is still strongly evident. In the 20th century pre-independent South Asia, Farsi accrued a new significance, particularly among the Muslim writers, because Farsi became an eclectic means of resistance against Anglophone colonization and also Hindu nationalism. It is against this scenario that I intend to read the aesthetics and the politics of Qazi Nazrul Islam's use of Farsi imagery in his poetry. My talk will unfold in three parts. First, I will offer a short survey of the presence of Farsi literature and language in South Asian Bangla language poetry. Second, I will Qazi Nazrul Islam's poetry and sample Farsi words and Farsi literature-inspired sense images and metaphors that are abound in his poetry. And third, I will demonstrate how Nazrul's use of Farsi in Bangla poetry during Anglophone British colonization endorsed trilogic pluralism. I contend that Nazrul, in his Farsi words, images, and metaphors, promotes a poetics and a worldview that are both rooted in the soil and inclusive of the foreign or the non-Bangla. This takes me to the first part of my presentation. Let us see if the PowerPoint comes well in this presentation. Okay, so I've shown, and now I moved into the first section of my paper, which is titled, "Come Tell Me What It Is That I Have Gained, Farsi Literature vis-a-vis Bangla Literature." And in this section, I've concentrated on 2 points. One is reception of Farsi literature in Bangla literature and Farsi in Banglophone literatures. Now, when we are talking about the reception of Farsi literature in early Bangla literature or medieval Bangla literature, what we are talking about is the influence of Farsi literature in early Bangla literature. So I would like to refer to three early Bangla classics. First is Yusuf Zulekha. It is Shah Muhammad Sagir, an early Muslim Bengali poet who was a poet laureate of Ghiyasuddin Azam Shah, who composed Yusuf Zulekha. Under the patronage of Sultan, Shah Muhammad Sagir composed Yusuf Zulekha in the 14th century. Premised upon Firdausi's Zulekha, this outstanding court romance introduced Persian-Arabic literary vocabulary into Bangla poetry. Then came Daulat Mir Bahram Khan. His romance, Laili Majnun, was premised upon several Farsi sources, for example by Nizami, by Amir Khusro, and Abdur Rahman Jami. However, Bahram Khan's romance is more than mere translation. The third sample is Sayyid Alaul's masterpiece, Padmavati or Paddavati. Paddavati, composed and published in 1648, is a creative adaptation of Malik Muhammad Jaisi's Padmavat, which was composed in Awadhi. However, both writers borrowed extensively from Farsi literatures. Jaisi adapted many images from Farsi proverbs, folktales, Firdausi's Shahnama, and Hafiz's verses. Alaul followed and added. For example, the event of Kakunu's bird in Paddavati does not exist in Jaisi. Alaul adapted this event from Fariduddin Attar's phenomenal poem Mantikut-Tayr, or the Conference of the Birds. This takes me to the second part of that is Farsi in Banglophone literatures. So in later Bangla literatures, Farsi also appears. If we have a time leap and moved into the British Raj Now, during the British Raj, we found several Muslim Bengali writers who extensively used Arabic and Farsi words in their poems. Among the many we must mention Farooq Ahmad, the poet of the Muslim Renaissance during British Raj. Farooq Ahmad, a Bangladeshi poet, made efficient use of Farsi words and images in his poems, especially in the poems that broach the issues of the reawakening of Islam and anti-colonialism. Now, this takes me to the second part of my presentation. This section, so that their drunkenness was mine, Farsi Poetics, Qazi Nazrul Islam. If we move to Qazi Nazrul Islam, he displayed an abundance of phonological, lexical, and syntactic virtuosity in his poems. Unlike most of his contemporaries, he fertilizes his Bangla poems with words and expressions, now from Arabic and Farsi, now from Hindi and Urdu, now from dialect and street slang. The resultant impact is equally disorienting and accommodative. If one calls it madness, madness is there. Drunkenness is there, which is equally grounded and aerial. The title of the section is taken from Hafez, a Persian poet and Nazrul Islam's favorite muse. This verse has these lines. Last night I saw the angels coming at the wine shop's door and kneading Adam's dust and molding it as cups for wine. And where I sat beside the fruit, these messengers of heaven, give me their wine to drink, so that their drunkenness was mine. This accommodative spirit which promotes is evident in Qazi Nazrul Islam. Now, born in a respected but increasingly impoverished family, Qazi Nazrul Islam was exposed to Farsi literature from Rumi to Khayyam rather at an early age, thanks to his uncle Bajle Karim. In 1970, at the age of 18, Qazi Nazrul Islam flunked his school matriculation exam and joined 49th Bengali Platoon Regiment. It was there that he met a Punjabi Maulavi who introduced him to Hafez's Diwan, a compendium of ghazals, rubais, masnavis, and on and on. So engrossed did Qazi Nazrul become that he decided to translate the whole Diwan. Well, life did not give him this opportunity, but he managed to translate and published 73 rubais of Hafez. Now let me sample Farsi word sense imagery and metaphors that Qazi Nazrul culled from Omar Khayyam, Hafez Shirazi, and Sheikh Sabi. I would like to divide this into three parts. May want to share the PowerPoint. Okay, so I think the point is visible. And I'm moving into the second section, as I said, so that the drunkenness was mine. The first is visual imagery. That is the visual images that Qazi Nazrul adopted from Farsi poetry. Now, Farsi poetry is fertilized by visual images. A dominant mode of visual images involves color imagery. Let me just be sure. Do you see the PowerPoint? Is the PowerPoint visible?
Yes, is it? Yes,
Fine.
sir. It's visible.
Okay. Qazi Nazrul was influenced by the color imagery. For example, his poem Muharram starts with these two lines. I'm presenting them in color with English transcription because it involves a sound effect. Neel siya asman lal lal duniya, amma lal teri kun kiya kuniya. Now, here we find the color images which involve blue and red, that is Neel and Lal. And these visual images, the color images, enhance a tragic sense at Karbala, on which Muharram is based, encapsulates. The second point of visual imagery is the visceral, that is developing the sense of affect, a particular kind of emotion. For this, we will move into Nazrul's poem, Shatil Arab. This poem has these two lines, Shatil Arab, Puto Juge Juge Tomar Tir, Shohider Lohu, Dilirer Khun, Cheleche Jekhane Arab Tir. Now, Shohid, Ilir, and Khun, these are taken from Farsi words. These are Farsi words. What is important is this, that Nazrul here combines images of blood in both Bangla, Farsi, that is Lohu, and Khun. And this combination is telling. What is more important, the very use of Khun generates a sense of violence and a sense of tragedy, the sense of courage, the sense of work that might not be achieved by the word rokto, which is Bangla for blood. On the other hand, the very use of word khun somehow connects this poem with the bigger pan-Islamic scenario that this poem refers to. The third point that Nazrul poems have is the graphic. And it is exciting how Nazrul brought the graphic elements of Persian poetry or Farsi poetry into Bangla. For example, in Farsi poetry, there are conventions of Rakta and Kaifa. Rakta suggests alternation of dotted with undotted letters in a word. That is, in a word, in one Farsi word, there is a regular alternation between dotted and undotted letters. On the other hand, is alternation of words, which are composed wholly of dotted letters, and with words which are composed wholly of undotted ones. This is what we can say the or materiality of words on page. That is the visuality of letters on page, and how this visuality enhances the meaning of a poem. Qazi Nazrul used this graphicality in his poems. And for this, we have to look at the Bangla words, and it may make it clear. It is from Nazrul's poem Dhumketu. It does not matter if we do not have Bangla. What is important is to see a certain element. We may have noted the repetition of certain letters. That is the no sound, like show, shot, non, shai, shai, gur, pakai, nai, pai, pai. And then shot, shon, hor, shai, shai, shot, pai, pai. Now, two things we need to note. One is the repetition, alliterative sound and letters, like no, like e. Another important thing is the repetition of Hoshunto, phonological accent marks that you may have noted in the letters which are printed red. And there we will find this repetition of Hoshunto. Now, this repetition of phonological letters, phonologic alphabets, and repetition of accent marks foregrounds or upholds the visuality of letters on page. And together, the combination of the visual and the sonic effects enhance the sense of urgency, the sense of speed, the sense of power and courage that this poem called Dhumketu, meaning the comet, encapsulates. And then comes the fourth point of the visual images. It appears in Nazrul's poem Muharram. Again, it is presented in Bangla but transcribed into English. Dui hat kata tobu sher nor Abbas ani ane mukhe Hake dushmano shabbas. Now, sher nor, this is we can say a portmanteau word or a new word in which Qazi Nazrul combined or syncretized or hybridized a word from Farsi and a word from Sanskrit, that is sher, meaning tiger, and nor, meaning man. So therefore, sher nor becomes a man with the courage and bravery of tiger. Now, sher nor, therefore, is a point that I will refer to at the end of my talk. That is a kind of syncretic spirit in which Qazi Nazrul combines words or images from Farsi language and from Sanskrit. The second stylistic point is the acoustic impact. That is how the use of Farsi words and images accentuate the sonic quality of his poems. What is important is this, that in these poems, Qazi Nazrul combines Bangla and Farsi words, chiefly because these different words share the phonetic qualities. For example, in his poem Korbani, this is again Bangla but transcribed into English so that we can understand, we do understand the sound impact. Astana Shidha Rasta Noy, Azadi Melena Posta Noy, Posta Noy She Shosta Noy. What is important is that Astana is the sound effect of Astana is paralleled by Rasta Noy. So, at many times, we find that Nazrul risked transgressing the poetic decorum only because the use of Farsi words enhance the rhythmic or the sonic effect of a poem. In the same poem later, we find these lines: Konjor maro gorda nei, Ponjore dorod, Ponjore aj dorod nei, Morda ni porda nei. Now this Konjor and Ponjor, that is, Konjor is a kind of weapon that's taken from Farsi, and Ponjor meaning the rib cage, and therefore suggesting heart, which is taken from Sanskrit. Now this Konjor and Ponjor, these two words, that is Farsi and Bangla, are combined chiefly because of their phonetic or sonic similarities or effects. But the important point is that there is more than a phonetic or sonic similarity or impact. The Konjor and Ponjor also together also suggests a kind of violence. The acoustic impact Nazrul also maintains in his rhyme scheme, particularly if we think of his translations. Many writers translated Omar Khayyam's Rubaiyat. What Nazrul did in his translation, he took pain, and it is literally aesthetic pain that he mentioned in his introduction to Rubaiyat Omar Khayyam in his translation, that he took pain to maintain the rhyme scheme of Omar Khayyam's Rubai or Rubais. That is the rhyme scheme of A, B, A. And this is one of this is the 195 number of Rubai that Nazrul translates this way. Again, it is transcribed into English. Khayyam, তোর দিন দুয়েকের এই যে দেহের স্বামী ইয়ানা, আত্মা নামক শাহানশাহের তেথায় ক্ষণিক আস্তানা। তাম্বুবালা মৃত্যু আসে আত্মা যখন লন বিদায়, উঠিয়ে তাবু অগ্রে চলে, কোথায় সে যায় অজানা। Now this Shamiyana, Astana and Ojana, and then came and in between comes Bidai. So this is the rhyme scheme AABA that Qazi Nazrul maintains. So in this short survey of visual imagery and sonic imagery, I tried to show how I sampled how Qazi Nazrul borrowed Farsi words and images to effectuate different visual, visceral, and sonic effects. Sometimes this visual even verges into graphic impact. This takes us to the last part of my second section, that is literary tropes. And a very common literary trope that we found in Nazrul is bulbul. For example, a bulbul, which can be translated into nightingale or thrush nightingale. And that is a Farsi, the name of a bird, which is rather literature. In Nazrul poetry and song, this bulbul appears either as bulbul or as bulbuli. Here I refer to one very popular song, which in Bangla reads Bagichay bulbuli ফুল চাকাতে দিশনে আছি দোল. In translation, which becomes nightingale, you shake not, budding bough in God. Now, bulbul is image, this word has several connotations in Persian literature. For example, bulbul is often represented as nazar Hassan, that is a bird that sings 1,000 hymns or melodies. Sometimes it is presented as Morge Safkan, that is bird that sings at night. Sometimes it's presented as Morge Sahar, that is dawn bird, or Morge Sahar Khan, that is bird that sings at dawn. And it is this connotation that I will cash in on for my next discussion. That is, in Qazi Nazrul's poetry, we find many references to bulbul and many references to that is bird that sings the dawn. That bulbul is often is sometimes connected with dawn is evident a famous trope by Sadi Shirazi, a Persian poet, when he says bulbul sahar or bulbuli sahari, that is bulbul of dawn. Now, Qazi Nazrul Islam poem called Kokar Shad. We can say the little boy's wish, and it starts with the line Ami hobo shakal belar pakhi, I will become a bird of dawn. Now, the important point of this poem is this, that the fact is not we wake up when there is dawn, but the point is this, that the dawn comes if we wake up. So therefore, the bird here, the shakal belar pakhi, the bird of dawn, is something that holds the dawn. And this boy wants to be that shakal belar pakhi. Understand the sense of revolution, the sense of breaking away, the sense of bringing out dawn, the sense of ending the night is evident. I suggest, I contend that this shakal belar pakhi has strong intertextual connotation with Sadi's Bule Sahar, and that explains the title of my presentation. So I would like to translate it as I will become the bulbul of dawn. So the shakal belar pakhi that Nazrul envisioned is the bulbul of Farsi literature. This takes me to the third part of my presentation.
Mashroor, I'm sorry.
Yes, I reached the end of the presentation. So this I will be the bulbul of dawn, the political aesthetics of Farsi imagery in Nazrul's poetry. So I'm closing the PowerPoint because now I will present my finding after these examples. That is, I contend that Qazi Nazrul, in his through his use of Farsi images and words, effectuate a trilogic pluralism, a pluralism that goes beyond dialogism and envisions or includes the third or more, even if the third has not yet arrived. We may situate Nazrul in between the medieval Bangla poets like Alaul, who invested sophistic spiritualism, and on the other hand, the modern Muslim poets who made use of Persian imagery to endorse Islam its nationhood. Qazi Nazrul Islam belongs to both these modalities and yet owns neither. My contention is this, that Qazi Nazrul promotes a poetics and a worldview that are not premised upon the either or binary, rather on the both and paradigm. His poetics and worldview are both rooted and inclusive of the other, and thus he was also global eclectic. But such a multilogue virtuosity was not appreciated when Qazi Nazrul Islam started his writing career. His use of Farsi and Arabic in his poetry was lambasted by many critics. For example, Rabindranath Tagore was very critical of Nazrul's use of khun to refer to blood. Now, it is this rubric of discomfort and disgust that testifies to the chaotic imagination in Qazi Nazrul Islam. I will close my discussion in 2 minutes by referring to what this chaotic imagination mean. Taking cue from critical chaos theory, a chaotic does not refer to mere disorder or confusion. Rather, it suggests order in disorder and disorder in order. In his book, The Chaotic Imagination, Jason Mohagek envisioned a de-westernized moment in which there emerge chaotic texts that are always in context. Chaotic texts that are so monstrously original that they are always in inflection. These chaotic texts, quote, are not derivative nor imitative, but fiercely positioned outside the constrictive boundaries of past modalities. That is, they speak of the unknown and the unforeseen. They write the unnameable, and they ultimately execute a vast becoming, always of devastating scale and proportion. For me, Nazrul, with his use of Farsi in Bangla poetry, appears to be both a gate crasher and a town builder, a phenomenon that dared the age of chaos. And it is from the age of chaos, the transition point from which new creation arrives, both through destruction and creation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mashroor. I will just sum up in one sentence that a remarkable, impressive, and research-based weaving together so many evidences and also putting it in a very, very presentable way. I can't take up questions right now, but with these words, I congratulate you. Thank you very much. And we'll come to the discussion, if time allows, at the end. Now, with these words, I move on to our next guest speaker, and she is Sumaira Salim. Sumaira, are you here? Yes. Sumaira is a lecturer in the Department of English Language and Literature, the University of Sargodha. She has been a gold medalist in English literature from the University of Punjab and former sub-editor in the Department of English, University of Punjab also at the same time in Lahore. Her research analyzes the representation of nation in Pakistani poetry in English and also literatures in English on the whole. So Sumaira, we welcome you. Eagerly waiting for you to appear on this screen. And now you can take about 15-20 minutes because we are running 10 minutes late because we started 10 minutes late. We want to save 5-10 minutes for discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for giving me this chance to present my paper on Zebn Nisa Makhfi. And her text is very close to my heart. And since I have been a student of literature, English literature, So it was a bit challenging for me to read Persian text, but with the help of a teacher here in Sargodha University, who is a professor in Persian language and literature, could prepare my presentation. Um, so here is the title: Trans-ethnic aesthetics of plurality. Sacred idiom in Zebunisa's Divane Makhfi. That was published around 1730. This paper that I'm going to read here in today's presentation argues how Zebunisa's Divane Makhfi serves as the trans-ethnic aesthetic of plurality. Such a trans-ethnic view of plurality emerges through the sacred idiom used by Zebunisa, the one informed by the influence of Arabic, Persian, and Ganga Jamni literary traditions. Written in Persian by the Mughal princess Zebun-Nisa, Diwan-e-Makhfi holds on sacred imagery which closely associate itself with the diverse religious experiences and multicultural history of the subcontinent. Within such context, the sense of plurality in Makhfi's Diwan correlates with the opening up of the poetics linked to diverse religious cultures. So this presentation views the forming of sacred space through Alexei Lidov's perspective of hierotropy and draws on the comparison between the ghazals written in Persian by Zebun Nizam. Focusing this perspective, this paper further argues that religious imagery in Diwan-e-Makhfi, ranging from temple, haram to Kaaba, Qibla, Makkah, Mehrab, Nar, forms a trans-ethnic view of religious plurality, which is characterized by the dialogue between Persian and Arabic culture. Though Diwan-e-Makhfi is deeply rooted in mystical context, it reflects the sacred space that transcends the borders of religion, gender, and nation. The concept hierotropy is one that relates to the creation of sacred spaces and concerns human creative activity, particularly in historical terms. The term and concept was invented in 2001 by Alexei Lidov, who is a Russian art historian and director of research at the Institute for World Cultures at Moscow State University. And he explains the idea of hierophany as the one that is the direct manifestation of the sacred. So I take that direct manifestation of the sacred as an act of inscribing and imprinting the notion of something through symbols, and this act in itself represents the work of a poet as a maker, as a builder. In the present context in which the resurgence of conservative religion wedded with the ultra-nationalistic aspirations of power and reductive binaries within which identities are imagined in the vocabulary configured by the colonial discourses of power, it is necessary to take a step back to sift through the indigenous literature, which offers a subtle yet very robust critique of religious and social divides, and specifically the way violence is perpetuated with the political maneuvers which are grounded in the essentialist version of religion and history. In that context, I am reading my presentation, or I'm sharing my presentation with you all. So this presentation talks about the formation of visual language as well, that evokes the experience of the sacred space as an element of bridging up the gaps or differences articulated in Makhfi. I propose that her poetry refers to a fluid space or sacred space where her spiritual reimagining of the love and beloved in the context of religion relates to social and cultural notion of coexistence. I suggest that Makhfi's poetry. Okay, yes. Just for a while I thought perhaps I'm cut off. Okay. I propose that I suggest that Makhfi's poetry symbolically refashions the heart as the sacred spatiality of plurality, not just to grapple with the space between the material and the spiritual world, but also to reflect the experience of a sacred space in its wholeness. In this context, my paper seeks to understand the alternative forms of inclusiveness which, being grounded in the Sufi tradition, resonate with the sense of cosmic beings and negotiate with her idea of inclusiveness. My perspective employs a hermeneutic lens through which I attempt to understand the way Makhfi's poetry connects the idea of sacred space to the larger context of religious multiculturalism. Connecting my concepts with the text Diwan-e Makhfi, I could understand that the reflection of divinity within humanity, as quoted by Lewison in the book he edited with the title Hafiz and the Religion of Love in Classical Persian Poetry, that reflection of divinity within humanity was based on the Sufi doctrine of love as wholeness and the desire of lover and beloved to merge into one. Under the sway of the divine theophany, the mystic's individual identity could virtually melt into that of his theophanic witness, as Anul Qudat Hamadani, who is also a disciple of Ahmad Ghazali, explains that the love of the contemplated object witness becomes one with the divine contemplated subject, where Mashhud and Shahid merge into one, and no other religion exists. Right? And that idea of oneness is reflective or is suggestive in the verse on page number 2 in Makhfi's Diwan. Kha astofe haram khahi berahbanane der har kuja mabad kuni anja thui mabudema. Whether you circle around haram or you are an ascetic in a temple, wherever is built any place of worship, only you are the true God. In other words, maintaining the extended metaphor of face, Makhfi's poetry draws on spiritual symbol of mihrab that serve as an architecture of the divine. According to Lewison, the poetic tradition of the beloved's vows and continence explicitly assimilated to a mihrab is no merely literary conceit but a driving Sufi spiritual symbol, and found its chief visual expression in 15th and 16th century Persianate pictorial art in the convention of representing Layla herself, an outstanding female focus of the Jalli, if ever there was one, seated within the very arc of the prayer niche of the mosque, wherein Cass, the future Majnu, first beholds her. And the verse that relates to that idea of mihrab is Kha sui Kaaba bashud Khahi sue der Tage mehrabe gariftarane khame abrui thost. Whether you turn to the Kaaba or temple, all are enthralled before the dome or mihrab of your eyebrows. Similarly, another verse articulates that connection between the visual and the divine. And that is Behre namaz har kuja ruye bi kibla avaram tage do abruat bas as sajde gahe namazara. When I turn to the Kaaba for prayer, I prostrate before the temple of your eyebrows. Makhfi's poetry constitutes love as a sacred scripture of inclusiveness, which on the one hand gives a reflection of the divine, while on the other involves the process of purifying the sacred space of the heart from the ideological categories of identities through the analogy of madness, Junoon of Majnun, through foregrounding the lover's agonizing state of being stoned for his exposure to the divine light. The poet subtly forms a relationship between light and stone, which turns into a parallel manifestation of the divine and the material. And the verse is Dari Dareen dire kuhan makhfi ze majnoonast ain az har su malamat sang bar diwane meri zad. O Makhfi, since the time of Majnun, in this ancient temple, it is the norm that the mad gets stoned from everywhere. According to Livison, the focus of Majnun's mystical meditation is the female manifestation of the divinity, which configures the divine beloved as a female. When the veil lifts, a further arresting image struck in Makhfi is the mihrab, like shape that the lover perceives in the twin arched eyebrows of the beloved's countenance. The metaphor signifies unmistakably the mystery of the Jalli, the divine epiphany. Makhfi's works provide a guide to the journey within the self that acts as an extension of the process of self-understanding. Such self-understanding and realization through synthesizes the divides and introduces us to the pluralistic idea of worlds. In this sense, the journey can be understood as the way to access not just transcendental reality, but also pluralist subjectivities. And the verse that connects to this pluralist vision of world is Be'azme Kabe Janan Safar Kun Ay Makhfi Ke Muflis Az Dare Shahane Gida Nami Ayad. O Makhfi, travel to the Kaaba of the beloved, because no penniless returns empty from the door of the kings. Another verse in Diwane Makhfi, though there are many, but I have chosen one, brings to the fore the entanglement between religious differences and highlights the shifting notion of religious identity expressed through the symbols of Zunnar and prayer rug. The heart functions not only as the essence of spiritual or divine connection, but also as an embodiment of collective self, derived from the understanding of self-realization in order to delineate the embodied sense of being. I cross-checked the different metaphors the heart associated with the enactment of plurality in Makhfi. Such association of the heart with the idea of plurality translates into the resistance against the reduction of religious identity into an ideological schemata. For instance, there is the verse that Gadar but kade zunnar hamail sazam, Gadar kabae dil ruye musalla giram. Sometimes I tie up around me zunnar in the temple, and sometimes I spread the prayer rug in the Kaaba of the heart. In Makhfi's poetry, the heart serves as the religious sanctuary of plurality, where the idols represent the material temporariness and earthly desires. Associating the heart with the epistemology of spiritual journey, in Makhfi's verse, the birds symbolize the holy traveler, the soul, and the spiritual ascent. Gar paaye nahi dar harame but kade Makhfi, ahiste ke tharam na dahi murg haram ra. O Makhfi, when you enter in the premises of the temple of Haram, tread softly so that the birds resting there are not scared to flight. Makhfi's radical view of spiritual inclusiveness reveals the various ways in which cultural perception and social practices on different societal levels contribute to the creation and reshaping of complex, imagined, and real spaces of religion. The concept of here-ness and there-ness, in other words, points out spiritual localities of beings which not just characterize the spiritual and the material, but also underscore the idea of connectivity and distance. And that idea is Masho bikabe rawa aspe dua makhfe biya biya khair jabat gehe dua injast. Do not go to the Kaaba for the acceptance of your prayers. Come here, as the center of acceptance is nowhere but here. Another Makhfi's verse comments sarcastically that while the condition of religion is grounded in the essentialist and absolute propositions of morality, it is better to disengage from these. As a way of dissent, Makhfi's poetry evokes the plural and the religious, and through constituting the sacred space enables the expression of resistance to encounter the religiously essentialized idea of collective identity. Deen agar, and that is Deen agar nisto imano ino ahle kibla in rishtae tasbih raz Rishtae tasbih ra zunnar khaham kar duraf. If this is how religion and faith are, and the believers in the Qibla are, I will turn the thread of the rosary into the zinnar and move on. Makhfi manifests a pluralistic view of community. In so doing, her works frame the notion of alternative worlds, which itself is a way of articulating the sacred space, the one that singularly operates as the medium of connection with the divine. The idea of love morphs into religion. In this way, Makhfi's poetry brings to the fore the alternative possibilities of plurality as a religion itself. Her works bring out the idea of sacred space from poetic narrative and religious discourse. बितौफ़े काबा ओ दिरिश्चे हासिल ए मख्फी खसी के बरदरे जाना ने बेजबहे साई रफ्त. What is the outcome of circling around the Kaaba and the temple for the one whose visit is meant to rub his forehead on the door of the beloved? To wrap up the presentation, the sacred space in Makhfi as an embodiment of inclusiveness transcends religious divides and provides another alternative idea of plurality to negotiate what real or rather spiritual sense religion is. Her poetry addresses communal concerns by reimagining the idea of sacred space. Her inscription of the heart as an embodiment of social self translates into the pluralistic understanding of identity, the one that is aligned with the notion of love as the religion, implicitly challenging the consolidating of religious divides. Her poetry figures the heart as the sacred space, which accommodates the praxis of inclusiveness through the imagining of a larger orientation of self. Makhfi's poetry, relying heavily on the sacred idiom of plurality employed by the Sufi mystics of the preceding centuries, interweaves the mystical version of pluralistic world with an understanding of the varied cultural and religious context. Thank you so much for giving me this platform to present my paper.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm really sorry that the papers are so potential and also provocative and also deeply rooted and those things which we admire to get. But time is short, but since I thought we should have at least a 5-7 minutes discussion on it. Now, Sumera, you have rightly pointed out that actually about this author, we only knew that she was put in prison and there she created all this, what you have narrated today. Aurangzeb, I don't know what kind of person he was. He put everybody created problems for others. Makhfi is indeed a symbol of transcendental and also at the same time trans-ethnic plurality, as you have said. But at the same time, the common thing which I find in both the papers is, as once I remember when I dealt with aesthetics, Croce, Italian poet and philosopher, he asked Tagore, he said, Eastern philosophy is wonderful. He said, why? He said, you believe that God is not a being amongst beings, but being of beings. And this has emerged both in your paper and also at the same time in Mashroor's paper. So I'm really grateful to you that you have come all the way or spoken from there. And I congratulate you for your wonderful presentation. And so to Mashroor, now we get only a few minutes to keep the papers open. And I invite, say, comments or observations or any question or whatever is possible there.
Thank you so much.
Sir, may I?
Yes.
Sir, first of all, I congratulate both the esteemed speakers for an excellent presentation. I like both the papers, they are thoroughly researched. Now, since my mother tongue is Haryanvi, and Haryanvi has a lot of Farsi words as far as Haryanvi language is concerned. And the folk poet of Haryanvi is Pandit Lakshmi Chand. So my question is pedagogical in nature, and the question is to Professor Mashroor. Sir, how do we teach poets like Nazrul and Pandit Lakshmi Chand to a class of modern students? Thank you, sir.
You have to unmute. We can't hear you.
So please unmute yourself, sir.
Oh, sorry. I thought I unmuted myself. Okay, thank you. Yes, I would like to put it simple and short. On the one hand, that Qazi, I mentioned or referred to only one aspect of Qazi Nazrul, and that is only and only Farsi images. Of course, he has many poems that are about worshipping of, say, Kali. So, I mean, he's a kind of versatile kind of poet. So, teaching Nazrul is a demanding thing. Now, if I delimit the discussion into Nazrul's Farsi literature-inspired poems, because you concentrate on pedagogy, my suggestion is this: that when we teach or read or study Nazrul, particularly only his few poems which have words or images or inspired by Farsi literature, it is important to maintain two things. One is an entry into the different connotations of the word that Nazrul uses, and different connotations of the images. As I mentioned in brief, the images of bulbul or images of bird that have different connotations even within Farsi literature. It is very important to evoke those different connotations. And second is to find the connection between the Farsi images, Farsi words or Farsi tropes, and the position of the student, his or her mother tongue, and the language or the society he or she is in, and how these two merge or interact. In this way, we may approach past. I mean, why Nazrul incorporated all those elements, and also the future, where this incorporation may lead us to.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Any other observation, question? May I ask you, Sumera, wonderful text, Diwane Makhsi, has it been made a part of the curriculum or syllabus in Pakistan?
Sorry, I couldn't hear the question.
The question is, we admire Makhsi. We admire it because it raises the status of art above religion, gender, and other also things. But my question is this text has been made a part of the curriculum in Pakistan universities?
Unfortunately, no. Uh, Even I could get this text by chance from the Punjab University that has a very old or the oldest library in it. So from there, I could get the text with great difficulty, just a copy of it, and I started reading it out of my own interest. And even if there were a few people from which I got a bit help, and I requested them to help me to read the text in Persian, and they asked about the intention and purposes, and I said it's just my interest. I want to read what that woman was writing in her time, and that comes as a surprise for the people who helped me with the reading of the text. So it's not the part of curriculum yet, but I hope there will be time when it will be discussed. And even we don't have any translation of it in Urdu here in
Okay, okay,
Pakistan.
okay, okay, okay. Okay, any point from anybody? Because only we have 2 minutes to close this session. So let me conclude with one sentence that both of you have really helped us to say rise above binaries, which somehow corrupts us sometime. But and secondly, both of you have helped us understand the divinity, cosmic, and those things which ultimately come to life to everybody. So I'm really touched by all these things, and we are, of course, a part of the entire continent in India sometime back, but still the psyche remains the same. And these poets' expressions, they also come in a very, very what you can impressive way, and we feel enthralled to read them again and again. Last time when I googled, I found the muftis. That is, I thought what she's going to do, but I felt that trans-ethnic aesthetics of plurality which you have brought out, and similarly Masroor has also brought out almost similar lines, that made me feel that this is also the truism of Indian continent, and I felt somehow very much pleased with all these outcomes. So my sincere thanks to you. This is just a beginning. Masroor knows we are doing a lot, and we'll invite you, Sumera, again to have a broader, better, and nicer things again to be told and analyzed. Thank you very much, both of you.
Thank you. That's very kind of you, and you have made my day. Coming from you, these words, they mean a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Raviji, now we moved on to the next.
Yes, sir. I think the next session is going to be chaired by Professor E.V. Ramakrishnan ji. So may I request the CLI team, the technical team, the compeers, to please introduce Professor E.V. Ramakrishnan.
Yeah, I am here.
Yeah, good morning. I would, sorry sir to interrupt. I would firstly like to introduce our next chair.
Sure.
E.V. Ramakrishnan is a bilingual writer who has published poetry, criticism, and translations in Malayalam and English. He has 7 books in Malayalam, including the Kerala Sahitya Academy Award-winning Aksharavum Adhuni Katayum, 1992, and Odakkuzal Award-winning Malala novel Night, Desa Kalangal, 2017. Among his critical books in English are Making It New, Modernism in Malayalam, Marathi, and Hindi Poetry, 1995, Locating the Indian Text Literature, Texts, Traditions, Translations, 2011, and Indigenous Imaginaries, Literature, Modernity, Region, 2017. He has 4 poetry volumes in English, the most recent being Tips for Living in an Expanding Universe 2018. He retired as a professor and a dean from the School of Language, Literature and Culture Studies at Central University of Gujarat, Gandhinagar in 2015, after which he served as Professor Emeritus till 2019. He is the President of Comparative Literature Association of India and the Vice President of International Comparative Literature Association. Thank you, sir. Please take it forward.
Thank you. I hope our panelists are here. Do we have Arun Krishnan, Rahina K, and Dr. Munir Aram Kurian? I cannot see any of them. Munir, I can.
Hello, sir.
Hi, sir. I'm here.
Okay. So Rahina is here. And Munir, and what about Arun Krishnan? He has not joined, I think. I hope he will join soon. Shall we begin with Rahina? We have 3 papers listed. Though it is mentioned as Tamil Poetics, actually these are papers dealing with Arabic, Malayalam, and also some aspects of Sangam literature. We have Rahina K, who is a PhD scholar at JNU, and she will speak on Towards an Extreme Cultural Confluence, Arabic Malayalam Language, Literature, and Modern Mapilas. I invite Rahina to present her paper. You can take about 10 to, if there are only 2,
Okay,
maybe
sir.
we will have more discussion. Anyhow, you can take 12 minutes, 12 to 13 minutes. Let us see how things shape up. Thank you. Over to you.
Okay,
Rahina.
thank you so much, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, esteemed faculty members and the members of CLI, I would like to extend my gratitude for this opportunity. I haven't sent my full paper yet, so I take this as a chance to extend my thanks and gratitude to Dr. Ravi Bhushan, also to Chandra Mohan. Thank you so much, sir. To begin with, the title of my paper is, let me present the screen first. Is it visible?
Yeah, we can now. You have to make it larger. You can go ahead.
Okay. So the title of my paper is Towards an Extreme Cultural Confluence, Arabic Malayalam, Language, Literature and Modern Mapilas. So my paper would inform about this very community, the first Muslim community in India. They are popularly called as Mapilas, or let's say they are the Muslims from northern part of Kerala. To begin with, in India, community formation based on cross or inter interactions between multiple languages, cultures, or religious traditions has been one of the crucial concerns of social studies research. The Mapila community that originated as part of a frequent trade and marital interaction between Arab and the indigenous community of the northern part of Kerala, that is Malabar, is an instance of such unique interaction. Arabs married local women from high and low caste and classes for temporary periods. It was similar to the mut'a or pittance marriage that was common among Arabian tribes. Mapilas are thus linked by their blood and lineage to the Arabs much before Islam. But with the advent of Islam, this phenomenon became increasingly a trend in Malabar and thereafter the Mapilas' way of life. Religion and rituals and the like become Arabianized. Ranging from the varieties of food and clothing, the foreign influence touched almost every realm of Mapla life and culture. Arabic Malayalam, which used to be the first script used in Kerala even prior to Malayalam, another prominent result of the pan-Arabic interaction in the coast, has thereafter become marker of Mapila's identity. The most attractive language, which makes its expression through many creative literature and popular folk songs, remain still a mystery to many. It is because of the extreme style, the Arabic Malayalam, unlike Arabic Tamil, Arabic Kashmiri, Arabic Kannada, etc., remains the most unique because of its adoption of other languages in speech and oral or written literature. Many folk songs and Mapla cultural creations, predominantly in this very diction, make use of languages like Tamil, Kannada, Urdu, Pashto, Persian, and other languages in combo with Arabic, is what makes the entire genre of Arabic Malayalam literature, along with the culture and tradition of Mapla, the most distinct. With a deeper insight given on all these, my paper will attempt to narrate Arabic Malayalam as the harbinger of the rich popular literature and culture, along with an analysis of its postmodern diminishing trends. Things started bifurcating. The culture of indigenous Malabar was composite with many other foreign influences since centuries. The most extreme influence that almost replaced the indigenous culture to become another was the Arabs. Ever since the Arabs established links with the rural and coastal towns of Malabar, Mapilas have been highly Arabianized than anything. A visible manifestation of this was the innovation of Mapila language. Malayalam in combination with Arabic, popularly Arabic Malayalam, was in trend for more than a century. Each phase of colonial and cultural invasions, people from Malabar had adopted some or the other part of the foreign culture or tradition. Arabic Malayalam was an extreme necessity for Mapila Muslims for many reasons. First of all, there was no any script available for them, so they invented this to write Malayalam in the available script of Arabic. This laid out a creative head start to the community. On the other hand, Arabic was a must to learn for the new genetically converted Mapilas. Mapilas and Arabs are this way eternally united because of the Arabian influence is something which Mapilas had never tried to compromise. For all these centuries in the history, from the very onset of the Arabian trade establishment till now, they have kept a smooth and amicable relationship with Arabs who later captured their private and public affairs. A Mapula without something Arabian in him or her would be nearly impossible to find anywhere in the region. Mapulas are fully transformed or culturally converted directly by the Arabs. They have assimilated themselves consciously or unconsciously to what we call Arabian. Since the cultural part, including food and fashion, become fully Arabianized, with the reminiscence of genetic transformation, a series of temporary marriages would lingering in the background make the circle complete. Either way, the Arab-Mapla coexistence and unity remain inextricable, and that is where I call it is an extreme cultural confluence. Mapla literature is understood often as a paradigm for understanding traditions of dissent and resistance by indigenous communities in colonized context. Padapatu war songs modeled after Arabian war poetry, Malapatu, which are songs in praise of Sufi or saint, and Kasida, a panegyric to praise king or so, were composed to resist the colonial army. Malappuram Padapatu, for instance, narrates the struggle and conflict of the Mapila peasants, whereas Cherur Padapatu presents the battle of fought by Mampuram Said Alavi Tangal, a prominent saint and leader against the British regime in 1843. Various themes and subgenres were supplemented to these songs later. The earliest manuscripts written in Arabic were also aimed at promoting jihad, a kind of resistance. The most celebrated manuals in this series include Tehreer, Fateh al-Mu'in by Zainuddin Makhdum, second of Ponani. Both these call for Mapla's fight to resist the extreme Portuguese violence. Qazi Muhammad's Fathul Mubin, etc. The Arabic Malayalam fiction consists of around 50 novels and few short stories. The novels are either translations from Arabic or Persian or originally composed in Arabic Malayalam. Amir Khusru's Chahar Darwish was translated and published in Arabic Malayalam 6 years before the first Malayalam novel Indulega in 1883. The prose texts oriented religious faith and philosophy initially, other themes were also incorporated later. It is not easy to trace whether Arabic Malayalam was an invention of Mapilas or Arabs. Some scholars argue it was Arabs' creation as they had found it vital to teach the new converts their religion. Others oppose this notion to establish the commercial necessity of this lingua franca that entered gradually other realms of Mapila's socio-cultural affairs. In any case, Arabic Malayalam has in its combo of both Arabian and Mapila elements, but at the same time, this language has a power to disregard both, keeping its own often complex but dynamic structures that crudely come under either. The literature and art forms written and created in this most interesting language reflect both Arabian ethnic aspects along with the indigenous passion to resist against various power structures over histories. Arabic dominated Mapila literature until 1950s, even though the first Arabic Malayalam book was written in 1607 by Qazi Muhammad of Calicut. Many Arabic and Persian texts were translated thereafter to this language of Mapilas. Over ages, text translated here basically served religious demands. For this, madrasa curriculum followed their lectures and books in both Arabic and Malayalam, and in theirs Arabic only. Malayalam has borrowed terms and phrases from across many global and Indian languages or vernaculars. Arabic Malayalam, unlike the Sanskritized or Aryan or Dravidian Malayalam, was exclusively designed for Mapila Arab interaction. Also later, more significantly, for creating an exclusive literature for the new community. This very language has been decisive for several years in the formation of Mapila Muslim identity or Malabar Muslim identity. Arabic Malayalam is neither purely Arabic nor purely Malayalam, but the way both these languages are being fused in this amazingly crude combo is beyond one's logic and comprehension. There are words and phrases in Arabic Malayalam literature that are alien to either of the referred languages. The crudity is even furthered when we listen to those songs or performing arts created in this diction. There both Arabic and Malayalam interact with many other linguistic terms and that baffles the audience. Arabic Malayalam, when presented in the later sense, has proved to be the most difficult to decipher, and this might be the reason why many found this combo the most incomprehensible. The varieties and alien letters and phrases used in Arabic Malayalam genre must have made it more than a rich affair, but on the other side, readers or audience had further alienations felt at their level of comprehension, and because of this very reason, they found the language as least important for their routine affairs, and this shall be disregarded. English and Malayalam overtaking the place of Mapila's language, things have been to a deeper level, had disheveled and disregarded by the younger populace. Mapila literature has somehow managed to survive the centralized power structure. Arabian culture, especially Arabic language, had a great impact in Mapila literature since ages. Dr. Umar Taramel, in his article Politics of Exclusion, I quote him, here he says that observes it as surprisingly why Padapadu, which was deluced in 19th century, was not mentioned in accounts of the literature of Kerala Renaissance. He argued this absence makes understanding of Indian Renaissance incomplete. For it should be complete, one has to consider the artistic literary attempts of all castes and religious groups. Mapilas have their language and literature more than enough to stand out and alone in everything. They drive and strive to achieve a free life from all shackles of colonialism and other oppressive agents were actualized through their writings. For ages, Arabic Malayalam has served flavors to support these writers, and Mapilas prolonged passion and engenders engagements with the same cannot be underestimated. But sadly, this language has lost its luster now. It has just become the language of literature even to Mapilas. It is not followed anywhere else than in few madrasas of the Sunni sects who have been striving for its revival for so long. The modern education, I conclude, the modern education elites, along with some religious reformers as their counterparts, have found and established that Arabic Malayalam are out of Mapla's time and context, and they should move forth, leaving Arabic and Arabic Malayalam behind in order to progress and compete with the mainstream. There is no point in following the senseless script or patterns now, they say. Mapla Muslims, many of them have emerged efficient in Malayalam literary language and script. They have also advanced in English enough to forget Arabic Malayalam as a crude, incomprehensible part of their foregone past. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rahina, for a very interesting paper. I can see Arun Krishnan and anyhow Dr. Munir Aram Kurian. His paper is also on Arabic Malayalam. Dr. Munir AK is Assistant Professor of English at Aligarh Muslim University. His primary interests lie at the intersection of comparative literature and culture studies. And his publications include the book Poetics of Piety, Jhana, Self-Fashioning, and the Mapla Landscape, 2016. So I invite Dr. Munir to present his paper on the subject, the interstices of world and literature, Arabic Malayalam and vernacular culture of Kerala. Over to Dr. Munir.
Thank you, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Over to you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I will be quick. My paper is titled "In the Interstices of World Literature, Arabic Malayalam and Vernacular Culture in Kerala." So I basically wanted to situate Arabic Malayalam as a multilingual, vernacular or local within the overarching rubric of world literature. That is what I'm trying to do, albeit provisionally in a preliminary manner in this paper. So to get started, recent revisionist scholarship on world literature has allowed for a reimagining of the categories of both world and literature towards an increased sensitivity to vernacular literary cultures and diverse cultural products and discourses. So one can think of Amir Mufti or Francisca Orsini and so on and so forth here. Questions as to what is the world in world literature, or whose world is it anyway? And equally important, questions as to what is literature or what isn't literature, to invoke E.B. Hirsch's famous rhetorical question. All these questions have encouraged us to open up the categories of world and literature so as to embrace multiple worlds and multiple words. Worlds and words, albeit within the constraints placed by disciplinary organization of knowledge in our institutional milieus. This is despite the fact that interdisciplinary work has gained much traction and momentum in all our disciplinary pursuits in the humanities and sciences. The traditional organization of world literature has gravitated towards a Euro-American core at the expense of the global South peripheries. In these models, as one can glean from the influential works of Pascal Casanova, Franco Moretti, and David Damrosch, a cartographic imagination of the world as a single, unified, yet interconnected world literary space, as in Casanova, or as a space of centers and peripheries, as in Franco Moretti, or a paradigm of global circulation, as in Damrosch. In all these models, the local or the vernacular hardly registers. However, such hardened, ossified understandings of world and literature have been destabilized by fresh attention being paid by scholars of or from the global south to multilingual vernacular traditions that refuse to map onto the meta-categories of the global and the literary in any simple fashion. In this scholarship, the vernacular and the local become important perspectives and locations from which to look at the world within and beyond. As Francisca Orsini notes, the local comes to be understood as productive space that co-constitutes the global, thereby giving birth to glocals. glocal, to use Arjuna Padare's oft-cited concept word. Here, instead of looking at the world from a putative Euro-American core, we are urged upon to see and view the world from the so-called peripheries from the global south. Interestingly, space is constrained as pluralities of stories and trajectories, and therefore world literature is taken to be situated, plural, necessarily multilingual, always in the making. This marks a shift away from a top-down approach to world literature to a much-needed bottom-up approach to world literature. Also, this approach to world literature that works from the ground ground up values multilingualism and locatedness, or what Edward Said famously called worldliness. The idea of multilingual locals, to borrow again from Orsini, is most useful when it comes to the study of Indian or South Asian literary cultures. And the case of Arabic Malayalam, the subject of my paper today, is no exception. Building on these interventions in world literature studies and shifting the focus of attention to the interstices of both the world and the literary, my paper wants to explore a greatly understudied vernacular literary culture from Kerala known as Arabic Malayalam. Arabic Malayalam is a hybrid dialect of Malayalam written in the Arabic script with an unmistakably multilingual vocabulary drawn from such languages as Arabic, Tamil, Persian, and Sanskrit, among others. From at least the early 17th century onwards, this language tradition has served as the popular vehicle for literary expression among the Mapila Muslims of Kerala. This tradition presents a diversely vast corpus of text across genres, ranging from devotional song poems and praise poetry to heroic ballads and romances, besides a diverse body of translations from Arabic, Persian, etc. Crucial to the internal architecture of Arabic Malayalam literary culture is the mutual reproduction of text and community. That is, individuals and communities produce literary text, and literary text in turn produce individual or community identity. Now, the origins of Arabic Malayalam are shrouded in obscurity. However, it has been suggested that this language hybrid must have been in gestation and subsequently born with the beginning of Arab contact with what we today call Kerala, that dates back to several centuries before the birth of the Prophet Muhammad in the 6th century Mecca. The Arabian way of crafting novel communicative forms included employing the Arabic script to write the vernaculars they encountered abroad. This gave rise to a variety of language mixtures or blends, as has been already mentioned, like in the case of Arabic Sindhi or Arabic Punjabi, Arabic Tamil, and so on and so forth. Arabic Malayalam is no exception here. Though it may be the case that Arabs might have started creating a hybridized dialect, however embryonic, that we now call Arabic Malayalam, in collaboration with the local inhabitants of Kerala, ever since they opened their trade contacts with this part of the world. With the advent of Islam into Kerala, the need for a medium of expression in the form of Arabic Malayalam that would fulfill the pedagogic requirements of the new faith must have been felt with a stronger sense of immediacy and urgency. The available indigenous and foreign historical accounts of Malayali Muslims show beyond doubt that Muslims had established themselves as a community with a strong sense of Islamic identity in Malabar by the 14th century, at least by the 14th century. And by the time the earliest extant work in Arabic Malayalam saw the light in the early 17th century, this form of language had already been in wide circulation as a fully fledged medium of literary expression, a fact attested to by the relatively highly developed language found in the earliest extant work in Arabic Malayalam, Muhyiddin Mala of 1607. Nevertheless, the story of the origins and development of Arabic Malayalam is also the story of Arabs' ancient trade relations with Malabar and of the appearance of Islam on the southwest coast of India. And equally important, the origins of both these historical events still remain largely unsettled. In addition to the 28 letters of the Arabic alphabet, the modern Arabic Malayalam script employs additional orthographic markers to represent Malayalam sounds that are absent in Arabic. It is assumed that in the beginning, only Arabic letters were exclusively used to mark all Malayalam phonemes, but with the passage of time, the script was revised and enlarged by adding necessary symbols, thereby enabling Arabic Malayalam to signify the entire body of Malayalam phonology with discrete graphic markers. Arabic Malayalam's birth and development as a unique language mixture has been inextricably bound up with the Islamic identity and character of Mapilas. The major impetus to its development seems to be the need felt within the nascent Muslim community of Malabar for a system of communication that is best suited to giving its members basic instruction in the tenets of Islam. While all Muslims are taught to read the Quran in Arabic for liturgical reasons and are therefore able to read and often write Arabic, the knowledge of fundamental Islamic principles and rites of worship required of Muslims to conduct their daily affairs has to be imparted in a vernacular language that the Muslims share with the larger Malayali society as their mother tongue. While Arabic, highly revered by Muslims as the language of the Quran, the Prophet Muhammad, and paradise, serves to foreground the Islamic identity of Mapilas, Malayalam comes to represent their local Malayali roots and character. Thus, Arabic Malayalam accordingly combines both these indispensable aspects of Mapila identity, the crafting of a vernacularized language like Arabic Malayalam, provides Mapilas with the right means to preserve their distinct religious and cultural character without having to forfeit their primary linguistic identity. It may be recalled that Malayalam, like other non-Arabic languages, is not capable of conveying the full significance of the Arabic words and expressions so vital to the Islamic tradition. Thus, the necessity of a parallel system of communication that is able to render such deeply religiously invested Arabic vocabulary as original as possible, and at the same time exploit the rich resources of Malayalam and other languages such as Tamil, Urdu, Persian, and Sanskrit can hardly be overrated. Now, by hybridizing mainly Arabic and Malayalam, Arabic Malayalam presents itself as a parallel road to vernacularization when compared with what might be called, to use Sheldon Pollock's phrase, the cosmopolitan vernacular of Manipravalam that existed in Kerala during the medieval and early modern periods and eventually transformed itself into the modern Malayalam language. Now, I would like to illustrate my point with some examples. It's interesting to note that the whole corpus of Arabic Malayalam poetry had been known as Sabina or Safina Portugal, or meaning Sabina songs. So today we usually use the word Arabic Malayalam to talk about this literature produced in this vernacular dialect. But well into the latter part of the 20th century, this literature had been known by the appellation, by the phrase Sabina songs or Sabina Portugal. Now, I would like to zero in on this word Sabina here. The current term Mapila Portugal or Mapila songs began to be used to denote the poetic works in Arabic Malayalam about 7 or so decades ago. Until then, Mapilas had been more usually referring to Arabic Malayalam songs as Sabina Portugal or Sabina songs. Now, what is this Sabina? I want to briefly foreground the etymological niceties of the word Sabina in order to shed light on the multilingual character of Arabic Malayalam. The Sabina is available in small, and Sabina meaning, this prayer book in which these songs and other Mapila devotions, circulate. So the Sabina is available in small and large editions, often distinguished by the number of items of devotional narratives and prayers contained in respective editions. And they generally contain a wide-ranging repertoire of devotional literature such as the Mala, Maulud, litanies, hymns, and praise poems in Arabic and Arabic Malayalam that are vital to the religious life of Mapilas. There are two plausible yet conflicting opinions on the etymology of the word Sabina, which I find interesting in this context, as we are talking about the Arabic and Persian contacts in South Asia. Now, there are two plausible yet conflicting opinions on the etymology of the word Sabina, and they both emphasize an important dimension of Arabic Malayalam literary culture. First, one opinion has it that Sabina is a corruption of the Arabic word Safina. Okay, Sabina being a corruption of the Arabic word Safina, meaning ship. Consequently, scholars like O. Abu trace the origins of Sabina or Safina as the label for Mapila songs to a famous Mapila song Kappapattu, that is ship song, written by Kunyayan Musliya. This ship song is a philosophical poem which likens the human body and human life to a sailing ship and the voyage in the ship, respectively. According to Abu, the popularity of this poem was so immense that the word Safina or Kappal or ship subsequently came to be used synecdochically as the generic name for the whole body of Arabic Malayalam poetry. So, the opinion that the word Sabina in fact is derived from the Arabic word Safina, meaning ship. Okay, that is one opinion. The second opinion takes the word Sabina, very interestingly, to be a corruption of the Persian word Shabina. Right? The first one considered the word to have derived or to be a corruption of the Arabic Safina, meaning ship, whereas the second opinion takes the word Sabina to be a corruption of the Persian word Shabina. Shabina, as we all know, Shab in Persian means Rat or night, right? Shab. The Shabina, which means nocturnal or taking place at night. Now, since Mapilas used to and continue to recite malas, praise poems, litanies from the prayer book daily at night, the prayer book was metonymically called Sabina or Safina, meaning that which is recited at night. Okay, that which is recited at night. So it's interesting. I mean, there are two opinions about the etymology of the word Sabina, and each one of them gives us a new insight into a different aspect of the Arabic Malayalam literary culture. Both these opinions, even as they seem to contradict each other, underline two different aspects of the multilingual Arabic Malayalam. In the first case, that is through the trope of the ship, the Arabic Safina, which signifies, among other things, fluidity, mobility, and border crossing, the multilingual transoceanic character of Arabic Malayalam as a language hybrid from Malabar in the Indian Ocean world is brought to light. And find this so compelling. In the second version, the Persian Shabina, which connotes nocturnal recitation or nightly recitation, the performative world of Arabic Malayalam literary culture is underscored as it punctuated the daily life of many Mapilas. It may be noted that the very word Malabar is not atypical in this case. Even if you look at the word Malabar, it's so interesting how Arabic and Persian kind of, so gel together. Its hybrid etymology, I'm talking about the word Malabar itself. Its hybrid etymology is so telling. The Dravidian Mala, okay, Mala meaning hill. And then the affix bar derived either from Arabic, that is bar, the Arabic bar, right? As in the Quran, as in the Quranic verse, Lahar al-fasad fil barri wal bahr, right? Mischief has spread in both the land and the sea. So bar here meaning land, or the Persian bar. The Persian bar meaning country or coast, as in Zangbar. So even the very word Malabar, which is the heart of Arabic Malayalam literature, the hub of Arabic Malayalam literary culture, even that, the etymology of the word Malabar is so instructive, because the Dravidian Mala meaning hill and affix bar is either derived from Arabic bar meaning land, or the Persian bar meaning country or coast. Now, do I have Professor?
You can take
Can I
about
take
3-4 minutes.
Okay. I am concluding. Okay. Thank you so much. Now, I just wanted to, by way of conclusion, I wanted to flag a couple of points. Two popular Arabic Malayalam songs that circulate in the Sabina or the prayer book are Muhyiddin Mala and Nafisat Mala, of which mention has already been made. Now, the Mala or Malapatu is a devotional performance ballad that venerates a revered Islamic figure such as a Sufi by narrating the glorious events of his or her life. Muhyiddin Mala is the first Arabic Malayalam work to have come down to us with non-authorship and date of composition. Written by Qadi Muhammad of Calicut, himself a renowned Islamic scholar of his time, is in the Malayalam year or Kollavarsham of 782, which equals 1607 AD. Muhyiddin Mala extols the virtues of the most renowned Sufi figure, Sheikh Muhyiddin Abdul Qadir al-Jilani, who is the founder of the Qadri Sufi order. Written then Nafisat Mala, which is written by Nalagat Kunyi Muhyiddin. This Mala lavishes eulogy on Sayyida Nafisa, or the Lady Nafisa, who is a great daughter of the Prophet Muhammad, who lived in Cairo, Egypt, and was well known for her piety and mystical powers. Now, I don't have the time to go into the specifics of these two songs here, but I do want to quickly flag one or 2 points. While being firmly rooted in the local, a multilingual local at that is Arabic Malayalam, the two songs carry, linguistically as well as thematically, the transoceanic connections of Arab travels to Malabar, a significant trade center in the Indian Ocean world. While Muhyiddin Mala takes us across seas to Baghdad, as it relates the virtues of the Sufi master Sheikh Jilani, Nafisat Mala refers to a geography that flits between Mecca and Egypt. Again, copies of Muhyiddin Mala draws attention to its local rootedness. It says about its author, Qali Muhammad, in Arabic, Kalikuti Maulidan wa Mansha'an wa Madfanan. It introduces its author to us as Kalikuti, one from one belonging to Calicut. Kalikuti, one belonging to, that is Qali Muhammad of Calicut, right? One belonging to Calicut, Kalikuti Maulidan, by birth, wa Manshan, right? He was also brought up in Calicut, and Madfan, he also died in Calicut, right? So somebody who is belonging to Calicut through and through, Qali Muhammad is presented as someone who belongs to Calicut through and through. That is Maulidan wa Mansha'an wa Madfanan. Now, but at the same time, the songs also vernacularized these distant figures like Sheikh Muhyiddin or Lady Nafisa, these distant figures, and made them enter the popular imagination of Mapilas. This has implications far beyond the case of Arabic Malayalam. For example, the Malayalam novel by Vaikam Muhammad Bashir called Ndukupakuranandar, or My Granddad Had an Elephant, roughly, a rough translation. It is peppered with references to and invocations of Sheikh Muhyiddin, and who often appears in the form of Mayyaddin, right? Not Muhyiddin, but Mayyaddin, as uttered by Kunyutachumma, mother of Kunyipatumma, the protagonist of the novel, right? So, meaning that Arabic Malayalam kind of has created a cultural space which was then drawn upon by subsequent Malayalam writers. and that influence is so unmistakable. So in conclusion, what I have sought to do in this paper, using Arabic Malayalam as a case in point, is to briefly call attention to the horizon of possibilities that the vernacular locals open up for a situated yet trans-regional cosmopolitan understanding of literatures and cultures in the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Munir, for a very well-argued paper, very insightful. I can't actually see Arun Krishnan here. I don't think he has joined. I've been so in the absence of Arun Krishnan, we have only two papers. And let me very briefly comment on both these papers. They both deal with Arabic Malayalam, and Rahina has very coherently presented the relation between the community formation of Mapilas in Malabar with the Arabic Malayalam literature. How did Arabic Malayalam become a marker of Mapila identity? And she has actually mentioned Mala, Kasida, Padapat, all this rich corpus of Arabic Malayalam prose and verse literature. And she singled out some of them, like Badarpat, for detailed mention. And she also said there are about 50 novels originally composed there. In fact, the prose literature in Arabic Malayalam has not received that much attention. And it's also, you see, in the Malayalam literary history, Arabic Malayalam hardly finds a mention. This is a very important lacuna, and of late, some of us have been mentioning it in many forums, that whether it is Jewish Malayalam or Arabic Malayalam, they have all contributed to the larger imaginary of what we call Malayali. You see, Malayali is constituted by multilingual kind of regional imaginaries. And this comes through in the presentation of Dr. Munir as well. Munir actually wanted to situate this whole discussion of Arabic Malayalam in the context of the relationship between the vernacular culture and what we call world and literature. Very often the idea of world literature has become a highly contested term. We do know its Eurocentric affiliation and implications make it difficult for even very well developed literary languages like Malayalam or Marathi or Bangla, you see, to find a space within its larger spectrum. So the question of exclusion is very much a major what we call feature of constituting categories like world literature. We need to. And you have, Dr. Munir also brought out the very constitution of Arabic Malayalam has over a period of 500 years. You can see around 14th century, that is the time when Malayalam also becomes a medium of composing the early Pattugal and other, you have Chiramacharitam and some of these. So by 16th, 17th century, we have Manipravalam, the literary Malayalam, emerging as the mainstream literary kind of medium. Around the same time, and it's also very interesting that Ponnani, which was a big center of Muslim clerics as well as scholars, is not very far away from the place where Eഴുത്തച്ഛൻ, whom people in Kerala consider as the father of Malayalam literature, quote unquote, they were actually not very far away from each other, I mean, these two locations. So definitely when you look at you see a form like Mala, Mohiuddin Mala is a very important and Badr part, and some of these are very. The Badr part is 1876, and Mohiuddin Mala is 1607. All these are very well written, full-fledged literary works. There is nothing tentative about the major works in what you call Arabic Malayalam. Whatever little I have tried to understand, they have all been they articulated with great finish and with great perfection. So as a literary medium, it had reached a level of technical perfection by 17th century, and you have and the kind of analysis you made out of Safina and Shebina, again it actually is very interesting, the very idea of ship and the very idea of nocturnal songs. These are all ways of entering maybe this very complex hybridized literary space. I will only conclude that in discussing the idea of what we call aesthetics or poetics in the context of the multilingual cultures of India, we need to pay very close attention to such transnational spaces. You see, when you talk about, for example, Parsi, Gujarati, or Malayalam, Jewish Malayalam, or Arabic Malayalam, these all actually occupy very important transnational spaces where many channels of and multiple forms of the literary entered into Indian languages. So how much of Arabic Malayalam literature percolated to the mainstream Malayalam literature, this itself actually is a matter of great inquiry. We need to, because if you look at Undanam using Pana and look at the form Mala, you see there seems to be underlying kind of dialogic relationship between multilingual spaces, between the transnational cosmopolitan and what you call the local. I wouldn't say the local almost subsumes the translocal and transregional. So there are very interesting kind of questions which have been thrown up by both the presentations, and I would open both the papers for discussion. We can, I think, take 5 to 6 minutes. Ravi, I hope, Dr. Ravi, we could take 5 to 6 minutes if there are questions. So please feel free for commenting or asking questions. You can unmute yourself, mention your name, and make a comment or ask a question. Rahina, if I can ask you a question, would you actually, when you mentioned this dialogue between Arabic ethnicity and local Kerala identity, particularly, have you gone through some of these prose works in Arabic Malayalam? Have you, you said there are about 50 prose works.
No, sir, I haven't gone through that. Particularly, I was making a case study. That's why.
Okay.
I have read only the part 2, Mala part 2, that version. The poetry I have read.
The prose works are available. Okay, prose works.
Yes.
Yeah. What about Dr. Mani?
Professor Ramakrishna.
Yeah.
I really liked that point you raised about this how much of Arabic Malayalam literature has percolated or even informed larger mainstream literary cultures in Kerala. So I was wondering in that respect, because you also worked on Vaikam Muhammad Bashir a little bit. And I also found it very interesting, and I briefly mentioned it in my presentation also. So because there was some kind of a cultural space that was already forged by multilingual literary cultures like Arabic Malayalam, which then was heavily drawn upon by subsequent writers. And one can see that influence in Vaikam Muhammad Bashir quite unmistakably. And that's why I also referred to this use of Sheikh Muhyiddin in a very in a kind of in a colloquial form, like Mayyadeen, right? And that is like not just in one place or two, but kind of quite saturated throughout the novel, especially in this novel that I mentioned, this Dupapa Koranandar. So how do you look at that? Do you think this isn't this cultural space that created by literatures like this, peripheral literature, so-called peripheral literatures like this, on closer reflection, they are actually one with the larger literary, productions.
I have actually, in my essay on Bashir, I have mentioned this, that, for example, the metaphor of the garden, which the idea of garden is very central to Bashir's imagination. And this seems to have this certain kind of intertextual relation with a lot of Persian texts. The underlying intertextuality, which in a way gives a totally new dimension to his Malayalam writing. And we had very crucial moments, very crucial moments in the narrative. You can actually see there are chapter titles which come from certain kind of translation of the religious sermons and such. So the idea of light, Karaseri has written about it. How bright is light. But this concern with the light, which actually has a very close relation with the idea of God as light, it comes from Quran and many other sources.
Noor, the idea of Noor.
The very idea of Noor. You see, that again comes very naturally to Bashir's narrative. So I think this was a kind of religiosity which had very deeply seeped into the everyday life of Malabar, particularly Muslims. But it was also a shared space which actually crossed the Muslim community space and entered the larger, what you call, public sphere. You see, there was, because as a trading community, Muslims all the time interacted with the foreigners as well as the locals. Their role was very interactive. They lived on the coastal. They had less presence when it comes to the interior area. But this interactive space, I think, was very, as you said, seeped with cultures of these multilingual cultures. Maybe through songs, this Badar Padapate, which was very
right.
And we also know that even in modern Malayalam film, you see, this Mapala Pata had actually become a popular genre. I am sure Rahina will also agree with me. You see, even today, there is a kind of Malayalam film we call Muslim social, you see, where a whole lot of these Muslim songs, what you call Mapala Pata. So it carries resonances of a very long oral tradition. These are oral traditions, and maybe very little is available. Even if something is available in written form, not many Malayalis can read them because Arabic Malayalam script. So I feel when we discuss translation or transculturation or comparative kind of cultural spaces, we need to take into account of this hybridized linguistic and literary cultures. And they look in both directions. They look inward and outward. They also have to contribute how a certain social, cultural formation came into being at the turn of 19th century. You see, our all, whether it's Malayalam, Marathi, Gujarati is also, whatever little I know, the Parsi, Gujarati, and many other, it's a coastal area. So if you look at Kutchi and many other places, you find this transnational, translational kind of intercultural spaces dominating. So we need to actually move toward the fringe, the margin, to look at how the center was really. The canons were created very often without, I think, including these multiple spaces. So, and major path-breaking works have come from, from the margins, not. Look at Bashir, who actually, aesthetically, he was coming from the margin. Look at somebody like O.V. Vijayan, whose novel comes from Palghat, which is the place where Malayalam and Tamil meet. So, disruptive kind of major Malayalam works have not come from the core space of, interior Malayalam, but from the margins, from the borders. So that's why I found both these papers very interesting. Sorry, I keep speaking. If there are questions, please, we will wait for 2 more minutes. If any comment is welcome.
Professor Ramakrishnan, thank you very much. This was really interesting observation that you have made regarding the margins and center. In fact, when you were talking about Gujarati, my paper is also on the same line, where South African Gujaratis, how they have contributed to the literary traditions of Gujarati, but nowhere it is documented. So it is really interesting to see how being in contact with Gujarat, and they were not being taken, they were not even noted for their work, and there are enormous volumes on both sides of Atlantic, United States and UK. But South African Gujarati literature is unfortunately not documented anywhere. Perhaps we can talk about the high versus low kind of literature, and yes, interestingly, the fringe and the margin kind of literature towards center. So I'll be talking about that in my paper after this session. Hopefully your introduction will help me to build that. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, I was looking forward to it because I found it very interesting. Because these are the kind of late, historians like Sanjay Subramaniam have been talking about the Arabian Ocean Rim, and where lots of languages, Indian languages, and Arabian and Gulf, all these cultural, linguistic kind of interactions took place, and they have left a corpus of many such hybridized languages, cultures, and works. So how do we go about making sense of this very large body of works which are not part of the canon, quote unquote, as we have come to represent it? So I think that's where comparative literature or cultural studies or whatever you may call it, translation studies, they all need to pay more attention to these non-canonical works. That will be a great, both these papers, I'm sure your paper, which we look forward to, all this will contribute to better understanding of how canons came into being. So Ravi Bhushan, I think finally we three ended up talking too much because there were only few comments. So we
Excellent summing up of the session. Excellent summing up of the session.
thank
Excellent
you. And
as well as excellent chair. Very, very exhaustive comments and commentary on the paper.
thank you, and over to you now.
Thank you, sir. I think Clyde.
Thanks to both the presenters. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah.
I think the break for tea.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
Welcome. See you.
Please announce. The compere, please announce the next schedule. I think we'll resume the conference at 11:30 and we'll break off for tea maybe for 15 to 20 minutes.
Okay. So we break for 15 minutes.
11:30.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
কি রে ভাই, এই সাবান পর বাবার কনফারেন্স চলতেছে। আমি বাবা ব্যাঙাচির গেম খেলি। একবার এটাতে ঢুকছে, একবার ওটাতে। ছোটবেলায় আতিকা খান্ডালাকে আতিকা খান্ডালা বলতো। আমরা ঠিক আছে, হ্যাঁ সুস্থ লাগবে জানিস তো।
Good morning, everyone. This is my pleasure to introduce Professor Indranil Acharya. Professor Acharya is the former head of the Department of English, Vidyasagar University, Midnapur, West Bengal. He completed 2 UGC projects on Australian and Indian indigenous traditions in 2009 and 2015, with special reference to unwritten languages, oral literatures, and tribal cultures. His authored, edited, translated books are beyond the sense of belonging, race, class, and gender in the poverty of Yeats and Eliot in 2011. Survival and Other Stories, Anthology of Bangla Dalit Stories, Orient Black Swan 2012. Towards Social Change, Essays on Dalit Literature, OBS 2014. Listen to the Flames, Texts and Reading from the Margins, Oxford University Press 2016. Paschim Banger Bhasha, Languages of West Bengal, OBS 2017. Smriti Miloper Pore, After Amnesia, G.N. Devai, OBS 2017. Dr. Acharya is also the editor of Jonojati Dorpon, the only international multilingual series from Bengal on tribal studies. Thank you.
Thank you, Indon, for your very kind and generous introduction. And I would heartily welcome all the panelists for today's session, that is session 7A on literary movements. I warmly welcome the speakers of this session, Mohammed Bagher Shabanpour, Mrunal Chawda Lahari Vandana, and Rafid C. So I welcome you all, and let us try to restrict our presentation to 15 minutes, and after that we can have an interaction, and in a way we can follow this pattern that the individual presenter will finish his or her presentation, and immediately after that we will take a few questions from the learned audience, and in this way we will proceed to the next speaker. So please try to maintain the time limit, and with this I would now request the first panelist of today's session. Actually, we have to find out where is session B. I'm chairing session A, so please talk to Rindon. He will be able to tell you where is session 7B. So I would now invite the first speaker, Mohammed Bagher Shabanpour, and the title of his presentation is Arabian Nights and Sadek Hadiyats, Cases of Multifarious Literary Receptions. Please pardon my pronunciation, as I'm not very familiar with the exact pronunciation of the words. And let me introduce the first speaker of this session. Mohammed Bagher Shabanpour is an English literature PhD candidate at the University of Tehran. He is currently studying on different facets of neoliberal space in McEwan's novels, with special interests in Harvey's critique of capitalism and its manipulation of space. He is currently teaching courses on English literature at the University of Mazandaran and film at Ruzbahan University. So I would now request Mohammed Bagher Shabanpour to make his presentation. Please. Hello. Is the panelist present here? Hello. Rindon, would you assist me? Is the panelist present here?
Indrinda, I think he is not there.
Okay.
I think you can start from the second panelist.
Okay, thank you. So let us move on to the second panelist of this session, Mrinal Chavda, Lahari Bandana. The title of the presentation is A Glimpse into South African Gujarati Bhakti Literature. And let me introduce the panelists. Mrinal Chavda holds a doctorate in drama from the University of Exeter, in which he looks at developing Bharata's Natya Shastra-based performance analysis model in the contexts of British South Asian theatre and contemporary Indian theatre in English. Currently, he works as an assistant professor, business communication, at the Indian Institute of Management, Raipur, Chhattisgarh. Okay, please make your presentation. Okay.
Thank you, Professor Acharya. Am I audible?
Yes, you are perfectly audible.
Okay, and can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see your screen. Perfect.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Acharya, for that wonderful introduction. Right. Today, I'm going to take you through some of the unexplored literature from South Africa, written in Gujarati. And from that, we'll talk about how it is related to Bhakti literature. So the outline for today's presentation is we will talk about documentation of South African Gujarati literature, and then I'll try to locate my research from diaspora studies to Gujarati, to Indian diaspora, and then to Gujarati diaspora, and then to Bhakti literature, and then I'll specifically focus on Lallubai Haribai, who is the author of Lahari Bandana. So this is where I started my research in 2017, 2018, where I was having a postdoctoral research fellowship in social linguistics. My fieldwork included in the cities like Cape Town, Durban, Johannesburg, Pretoria, and Benoni. Now, these are very important places because these are the places flooded with Gujarati migrants in South Africa. Let me come to this locating the research that I'm presenting today. Diaspora studies is a well-established field, and I don't need any further inputs on that. Indian diaspora has spread in almost 110 countries with over 25 million population. With this Indian diasporic group, Gujarati diaspora success is evident with regularly mediatized names such as Lord Dolakia, Lord Bhikkhu Parekh, and Lord Meghna Desai, and you can count n number of names and you can add. The Indian diasporic writing for this research, I have divided it into two broad categories. One which is published in English, and that includes writers such as Salman Rushdie, Vikram Seth, V.S. Naipaul. These are well studied by scholars, and you have ample of literature available. However, studies on Indian writing in English from South Africa, which Pallavi Rastogi identifies as South African Indian writings, is just a recent phenomenon. The second category, which is my focus, is published in Indian regional languages. Now, this includes, and this list is not exclusive, it can include as many as language possible. Punjabi, Tamil, Gujarati. Balwant Jani, he is extremely meticulous about documenting 33 volumes of Gujarati diasporic writing. These writings have been published in United States and UK. However, this is a big however, South African Gujarati writings is not part of the discussion on any of Gujarati literary tradition. My article is published by Sahitya Academy, Gujarati Sahitya Academy in 2018, which talks about that. However, let me take you to Gujaratis in South Africa, how these entrepreneurs migrated from 1890 and up to 1994, because that phase is very crucial for the understanding of what we are going to talk about. There are 15,41,113 Gujaratis, Hindus in South Africa as of now, and out of that, 5,61,268 follow Hinduism. We'll talk about what are the branches of Hinduism they follow. But Gujaratis, as you know, have always been placed as financially better off among the diaspora. However, the trend started with Muslim Maimans, Bohras, and they were joined later on by the Hindu Gujaratis, who involved in commerce and trade. Now, what kind of commerce and trade? You can talk of fruiterers, you can talk of vegetable hawkers, you can talk about mochis, you can talk about any vocational which was required in the 19th century, all were part of that, right? Grocerer. With this migration, their ethnicity also migrated, their caste also migrated, and religion. These are very important concepts which can be found in their literature, in their organization, and the kind of institutes they have built in South Africa. According to these, there are 5 major streams of the religion, Hindu religion in South Africa. One is traditional ritualistic. The second is Arya Samaji. The third is Neo-Vedantic. Fourth is ISKCON. And then later on, around 1990s afterwards, the Sai Baba and later on Swaminarayan sect also emerged as one of the religious communities in South Africa. There are few reasons why people migrate, and it is well established in the literature, but let me focus on Gujarati migration to South Africa. The first and foremost, as we know, indentured labor, but Gujaratis were not part of the indentured labor. They were part of free passengers. They bought their own passage to South Africa. So the growth and development of colonial economy was one of the reasons. The second was droughts. During 1890 to 1920, there were 27 droughts in Gujarat alone. So you can imagine if if India is considered an agricultural based economy, what farmers will do. So they migrated to South Africa, where there was growth and development in the economy. The third important reason, Abhijit Benner and Iyer has highlighted in their research paper titled as History, Institutions and Economic Performances, the Legacy of Colonial Land Tenure Systems in India, where they focus what are the British land policies and how it affects the migration. So this was another reason. And the final, the plagues. Surat has experienced plagues for many centuries, and it has been recurrent. We have witnessed it in recent a decade before. Uma Dupelia identifies that in one of her papers called Shoemakers, where Natwar Patel, one of the respondents, talks about how plagues affected the migration of these people. Now, when we talk about the South African migration, we have to talk about gender issues, which Kalpana Hiralal is identifying very interestingly. Only male with high sought after vocation traits, such as dhobis, mochis, and farmers, were migrating. No females, not free passenger Indian females. They were part of indentured labor, but free passenger Indian females started migrating after 1900s. Right? So this is really interesting, and this is well documented in Hiralal's article in 2015. The caste, which is very crucial factor for Gujarati identity, which has been located in Maya Parmar's double diaspora, that caste do not leave them even if they migrate, right? However, in South African case, the Jahaji identity, the Jahaji brethren identity, where you have to sit on one deck, right, irrespective of your caste, this consolidated their identity as Gujaratis. And this was very crucial for their later growth and development. You know, Gujarati is an Indo-Aryan language, which Lallu Hari is going to write in this language. And almost all Gujaratis who migrated during this period are going to produce literature in this language. So they know language, at least they read, write, and speak. So has a literary tradition, and the migration when it happened, it was during the Pandit era of Gujarati literature. So that is when Saraswati Chandra was published in 1887, the migration was about to take place gradually. Now, if we look at the kind of literature produced in Pandit era, Isaka, in one of his, in her writing, she identifies that mostly high caste Hindu, Nagar Brahmins are producing this literature. Now, these are Sanskritized literature, and all of the writings are influenced by the Western canonical writings. Saraswati's novel, Saraswati as a novel itself, the form itself is borrowed from the Western. So we can discuss that. These migrants who went to South Africa from the plague affected areas, drought affected areas, and looking for better economic opportunities were mostly from the vocational trades. And once they migrated, their social upward mobility started. And Uma Dopelia Mistry is documenting it very clearly in her article. What they are doing is trying to maintain their language, because language, as we know, is very much associated with the identity. The Gujarati speak Gujarati, and therefore they are Gujarati. So they try to maintain their language through writing, through running schools, through worshipping in Gujarati. Now, they express their devotion. That's where I'm going to come now. The devotion is expressed through dance. Garbas are very important aspect. They write. We know that how much Bhakti literature is produced in Gujarati. And that started in the 15th century onwards, when Narsi Mehta started. Sachin Ketkar's work is very evident. Nilima Shukla Bhatt is evident when we talk of Narsi Mehta. Same as Mirabai, Akho, and Roshan Dayar for Dayaram. So there are studies on Bhakti literature written in Gujarati. But there are other literary traditions for Jain, which is written in Pali, Prakrit, and Apabhransha. And there are others as well, like Sanskrit, Persian, Arabic, and Urdu. However, let me concentrate the neglected part where South African Gujarati writer, not just one writer, the entire the generations of writers have been erased. We will talk about the reasons as well later on as we move on. But this is the person, the first photograph where you see the person standing is our main hero, Lallu Haribai. He was born in 1897. He is a very small village in Ulaj, Valsad, Surat district. He's a shoemaker, right? Sixth pass, migrated to South Africa. That's where the picture is taken. Later on, you can see his wife. On the other hand, he is standing with his wife on the Bilimora railway station, and 4th March, 4th April, right, 1950. He learned to write English during a court case. That court case went very long, and it was to impeach the past president of London Hindu Society. And that's where he started to learn English. He did not know how to read and write in English. He knew reading and writing in Gujarati. And as a member of East London Hindu Society, which is located in Port Elizabeth, South Africa, he and the community, Gujarati community, were frequently visited by religious scholars like Pandit Bhavani Dayal in 1933, Swami Adyanandaji of Belur Math in 1934, and Pandit Harishankar Vidyarthi of Anand in 1936. He was influenced by them. But what influenced him towards religious writing was an article on yoga published in Vishwajyoti in 1927. Now, these articles, these magazines were constantly exchanged between India and South Africa. Now, Pandit Dayal is there visible, and you can see the photograph. Because of his contribution, he was given silver tanbura by the South African Kshatriya Mahasabha. Kshatriya and Mojis are almost same, but it's a very interesting story. Now, this is where you can find his readers. You can see almost except Americans, the entire world has his readership. Europe, Africa, India, and Oceania. Now, what I'm going to present you is unpublished work, like the works which were sent to his friends, family members, or even relatives as a part of his reflection on religious readings. And out of those religious readings, he is able to discuss the philosophical, mystical, and complex questions of life and its answers, not only by himself, but by the the information that he has read so far in the religion. So you can see this, how much volume, the scale of his work, number of pages and number of copies sent across the world. Across the world means this part of the world, free of cost, right? So he used to get it published from these three places. One, Ahmedabad. Second, Surat, the southern part, where Bidemora, Surat, and Vapi. These are three places from Gujarat. And then he invested in a press, printing press. Remind you that he is a shoemaker and he does not know anything about press. Right? He invested in a printing press and it was installed in East London. Now, based on that understanding of printing press and how does it work, today they are the proud owners of Harry's Printing Press in East London. And you can visit the website and you can search in Google as well, and they are still there. Very interesting. So let me come to one of the poems that I'm trying to analyze. I'm not a good translator, so this is just for the sake of this conference. But if you find, you can suggest that I can continue more. So in one of the poems, he talks about the common man's vocabulary. Because you have to understand that in those times, when people were migrating to South Africa, they were taking ships and they were not really literate in the real sense. So it was very important to use the vocabulary that they understand. The rice becomes a very interesting symbol. And you can see he goes on that how it tastes differently if you cook it differently, right? So he is trying to mix and match all religions, all the sects, all the identity, and he brings that core aspect in the last line, and that is samatva. The concept of samatva is from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 2 and verse 48. Right? In those times, Bhagavad Gita was not translated as widely as possible. At least in Gujarat, what kind of edition he was reading, what kind of understanding he was developing, this is really an interesting way to understand. The concept of samatva says, in the chapter 2 of verse 8, it says, be steadfast in the performance of your duty, O Arjuna, abandoning attachment to success and failure. Such equanimity is called yoga. So his writing is leading towards the concept of yoga. So he is not saying like Kabir that the God is universal and there are many different forms. He says that you have to inculcate this yogic tradition within you, and that's how you can take it forward, this spiritual enlightenment. So it's a very individualistic approach that he is suggesting. In doing yoga, he says that concept of surrendering is very important. So we can say he is following the Vaishnava's path, but right, he is destination is yoga. His reaching his destination is different, but his way of reaching is yoga. With a meager intellect in the whole world, oh Shamar, again, this is a reference to Narsi Mehta's work. I consider me a tiny particle, and you are hidden somewhere within me. I don't know whether you can recall Narsi Mehta's writing, but this is really a reflective of that. Now he prays for the peace. Again, here he is trying to bring three different layers of understanding that can cause inconvenience to any individual. In Sanskrit, that is called Trividatapa, right? So he talks about individual level, body and mind, and then society around us, the people, and then the nature, controllable and uncontrollable phenomena. And he wants to bring this peace to everybody. And one can attain through yoga. And that's what he is trying to find out in the fifth line. Each so readily all to follow, yam niyam. If you follow yoga, you will find this peace. And he is continuously in all his writings, brings that element into his writing. So, what is his contribution to South African Gujarati literature is that his writings resonate Bhakti literature produced in 15th century, but there is a slight deviation. We can call it an alternative Bhakti literary tradition from South Africa, written in Gujarati. We are all very good at nomenclature, but still, we have to identify this. It is written in Gujarati in South Africa, but it never became a part of Gujarati literary tradition or even movement. Instead, it gradually erased due to no contact with home, the apartheid year, right? Long apartheid in South Africa made this possible, which was very unfortunate, but it happened. And during that period, the next generation of readers started to lose contact with the Gujarati, the home language. And now almost everybody in South Africa is having a problem with this. So let me take this couple of more minutes and then I'll continue.
Yes.
So, thank you. So after 1990s, the priest who followed South Africa, they promoted a different kind of ritualistic traditions which were existing in previous years. They were following different Arya Samaj traditions. But here, now the entire religious traditions were changed. And because of that, 19th century literary scholars, South African readers, and even literary historians have not looked at the South African Gujarati literature from any radar, right? Despite the fact that it reached 4 continents into the world, Bhakti was traded in Narsi Mehta's term, and he preached yoga to every Hindu households in 4 different continents, even before the Prime Minister announced that yoga has to be practiced across the world. He was the person. And because it is located in a geographical boundary where it is difficult to get into, his contribution to the global engagement has not taken place yet. So this paper, I really thank the organizers to give me an opportunity to talk about Gujarati Bhakti literature written in South Africa, despite the fact that I have not submitted the full paper. I thank you, Dr. Professor Ravi Bhushan, and the entire committee for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mrinal Chawda. And thank you for your brilliant presentation and intensely thought-provoking, presentation on the tradition of Gujarati Bhakti literature in South Africa. And I'm sure that this paper has been able to stimulate a lot of, questions or maybe a lot of ideas in the minds of the esteemed listeners here, the participants, and I would request some of you to put before Dr. Chawda any comment, any question, anything in connection with his presentation. Please, we are inviting questions. You can put it in the chat box as well, if you like. Any comment or any observation? Hello.
Can I make a point?
Yes, Professor Satyanath. Yes, please.
This is Satyanath.
Yes.
In the morning, we had a session in which actually the entire material belonging to the Indo-Persian culture was somehow masked or erased or ignored. I think the Gujarati situation in South Africa appears to be a situation of a similar sort, wherein the efforts and the material that was produced did not become a part of academic canon. I think it's very important for us to, I like the paper because it's very important for us to draw the attention of the scholars. What if political implications that it can do is immaterial, but it's very important to bring these things to the notice of the scholarship so that the further work can be pursued in this regard. Thank you very much for bringing this to the conference.
Thank you, Professor Satyanath.
Thank you, Professor Satyanath, for your comment. And we can still have, time to invite one or two comments or questions. If yes.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, Professor Nambi, yes, please.
Yeah, I'm Ramakrishnan. I was listening to this paper. You see, this is also the time, the late 19th century, when Mahatma Gandhi was in South Africa.
Exactly.
And he carried on his, actually he brought out Indian opinion in 4 languages. There's a very interesting book called Gandhi's Printing Press. And it talks about the experiments he conducted with printing and you see in English, Gujarati, Hindi, and one more language. Tamil, exactly. So it's a multilingual kind of situation where people from many languages are settled in South Africa. They are in trade, they are in professions, and they all have their contacts with the home situations. So this kind of interactions are very interesting. In diaspora studies, we need to, which actually is a subject close to comparative literature, even this establishing of printing. The printing becomes the medium now. You said these journals published in Gujarati were available in South Africa. And that's very interesting. You see, it is through the circulation. How does literature circulate? The very idea of circulation needs to be looked at. And the diaspora literature very often takes unusual forms. It may take the form of letter. You see, letters are very important. It can be personal kind of communication. It could be letter sent to officials or such. We need to treat them as part of a larger diaspora kind of literature. Another kind of, there may be incidents happening and maybe detailed reports of such happenings. Because I speak from my experience when I looked at Malayalam literature in some of the journals in the early 20th century. There was somebody who was in London, so he will write London letter. So that became actually and people were eager to know what was happening in Europe, in Russia, in many parts of the world. So I am sure you need to actually pursue both this. What was the kind of larger world Lalubai and Lalubai Haribai actually was involved with? His association with, it was not an exclusively Gujarati community he was dealing with. He was dealing with a transnational, cosmopolitan community. But his writings are more of a Gujarati traditional bhakti kind. And that actually, he is not writing about the political or the social in the diasporic community. And this also needs to be taken into account. Why does this kind of a writing interest him? Maybe the kind of alienation they felt, the kind of the political, they were excluded from the centers of power. So this must have actually allowed them to negotiate situations of that kind. Extreme kind of alienation, extreme kind of political powerlessness. So was this a way of empowering, the Indian community, the idea of a larger, oneness of human race, the larger idea of, the human being not something racially divided. So there is a larger kind of function of, what is the function of this kind of writing? That, I think, in exploring that, you may arrive at a larger socio-political dimension of this writing. We cannot just dismiss them as yogic, dealing with bhakti, dealing with, they are actually talking of a larger kind of world. And that has something to do with the canonical. You mentioned Pandit Yuga.
Yes.
You see, this is happening, and as you rightly said, Saraswati Chandra is a major novel. It's trying to deal with a larger colonial imperial world. You see, Saraswati Chandra's larger function in Gujarati canon is to negotiate the larger colonial context. And what should actually, what way of, how should we define our identity in this peculiar context of transformation? So, Leelavati Jivanakale or this, and you can very well see these texts are negotiating imperial situation. And definitely Lalubai's book also is, his writing also is negotiating an imperial situation. Location is different, but the language is the same. So I think you will see deeper meanings in the function of this kind of writing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Professor Nambisan. Thank you.
Yeah.
So with this, we conclude this first presentation. Thank you, Dr. Mrinal Chawda, for your brilliant presentation, and thank you for initiating a lot of very useful suggestions, comments, and observations as a result of your presentation. Now we move on to the next speaker in this session, Rafid C. I hope he's there.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Rafid. The title of his presentation is A Scrutiny of Linguistic and Cultural Hybridity in Me, Grandad, and an Elephant. So let me introduce Rafid. He's the first year PhD student in the Department of Comparative Literature of the English and Foreign Languages University, FLU, Hyderabad. So Rafid, you could begin your presentation right now and try to restrict it, say within 15 minutes. After that, we can have an interaction. Okay.
Okay, sure, sir. Thank you.
Okay, Rafid.
Can you see the screen?
Yes, it's perfectly visible.
Oh. So I'm trying to present my ideas on the linguistic and cultural hybridity in Vaikam Muhammad Bashir's novel Me Grandad Had an Elephant. So here is the short view of what I am trying to do. The first part will be a context to the novel, like the brief idea of how Malabar's interaction with the Arab culture happened, and the evolution of Arabic Malayalam as a language, because Bashir has a lot of preference to the language, and then Vaikam Muhammad Bashir's context of Me, Grandad and Elephant, the specific novel, and the reading of the novel, which is the main part of my presentation. And towards the end, I am trying to rethink the concept of hybridity based on this reading. Especially, can we look at the concept of hybridity from a comparative perspective? Is there an ethical way of looking at hybridity rather than the sociological perception that we usually have about the concept? And the first part is Arabs, because in the early history of Malabar, there are historical records which states that Arabs were part of trade, like Arabs had trade links with Kerala and the southern coast of India, even before Islam or even before the time of Prophet Muhammad. And for example, the Old Testament, the king talks about King Solomon. For the king had at sea the ships of Tarnish with the ships of Hiram. Once every 3 years, the ships of Tarnish came bringing gold and silver, ivory and apes and peacocks. So it's from the Kings chapter 10 verse 22. So it talks about Tarshish, because these goods were taken from the place called Tarshish. So there are different discussions of what Tarshish is. P.K. Muhammad Kunni in his book Arabic Malayalam, also Ramaswamy Shastri's thesis, The Tamil and Their Culture. It is a thesis from Annamalai University. Both these scholars argue that Tarshish is a place in southern India. So, which means even at the time of King Solomon, Arab had contact with the southern coast of India. And there was this argument that Tarshish is a version of Tirugetishwaram, which is a place in Ceylon, which means that there was trade relation with Ceylon, southern coast of India and all. And also the second example, which a kind of a proof for this argument, is Tamarindus indica, which is we usually call tamarind. And the tamarind was widely cultivated in India and it was exported from India. So Tamarindus indicus was termed labeled in Arabic as Tamar Hindi. Tamar Hindi means the dates of India. So Arab had trade relation with India, and it was Arabs who introduced the tamarind to Europeans. So they named it as tamarind, which originally in Arabic means Tamar Hindi. So it proves that Arabs had wide trade relation even in the ancient days. And the second part of my presentation is the language, Arabic Malayalam. Arabic Malayalam is the hybrid version of Malayalam and Arabic. It happened when Arabs tried to write Malayalam in Arabic, like using the Arabic script, writing Malayalam, like we text in WhatsApp. Usually the texting language, for example, I am a Malayali. When I write in Manglish, like writing Malayalam in English script. Likewise, Arabs who had marital relations with Malayalis, they had trade relations with Malayalis, or if not Malayalis, the earlier form of Tamil, Malayalam, southern Indian continent. So when they tried to convey their ideas, they depended on this language. And as a result, a special version of language evolved, which is Arabic Malayalam. And it's true about most of the Arab versions. Arab didn't try to teach the natives Arabic like the English did. They were trying to write those indigenous languages in Arabic. We have Arabic likewise, Arabic has an influence on Persian script. We have Arab Tamil, similar to Arab Malayalam. We have Arab Sinhala, and even Urdu has a considerable impact of Arab script. And Dravidian influence on Arabic Malayalam is very evident. It's where the hybridity part becomes more evident, because Arab Malayalam was not just Malayalam or not just Arabic, because it was a mixture of Tamil, Southern Indian languages with the Arabic script. For example, I have taken 3 words, which is Uditu. In Malayalam, it's, for example, for sunrise, we tell Suryan Udichu. So in Arabic Malayalam, it's not Udichu, it is Uditu, which is because of the Tamil Carnatic influence, it becomes Uditu. In the similar way, we have Pongi. In Malayalam, it is Pongi, but the Tamil influence makes it Pongi. And Sudandiriam is actually Swadandriam in Malayalam, which becomes Sudandiriam in Arabic Malayalam because of the Tamil context. And it's the original time of, or the origin of Arabic Malayalam as a language. Then there were a lot of evolution, because people began to adopt this language as a mode of their day-to-day interaction, especially in the religious discourse. So there are a lot of evolutions and reformations later happen. Actually, Bashir locates his novel in such a context of reformations. For example, there were a form of religious reformative movements who also tried to give a specific form to Arabic Malayalam, because Arabic Malayalam was not bound to any language, and especially the religious leaders tried to make it their own and kind of deviate from the original form of Arabic Malayalam. So people like Sanaullah Makti Tangal and then Vaikam Abdul Qadir Mauladi and Kuni Ahmad Haji, these people tried to reform a language. Makti Tangal's books were Maulimul Ikhwan, Tuhfatul Ashhar, all these books. They tried to introduce a specific linguistic form to Arabic Malayalam. And this one is the Arab Malayalam script, which has 28 letters. In Arabic we have 28 letters, but in Malayalam we have 53 phonemes. So in order to pronounce, in order to write Malayalam in Arabic, they had to invent new letters, and this on the right side is the Arab Malayalam script. And Vaikam Muhammad Bashir, he was for me one of my favorite childhood writer, whom I read a lot. And Sachidanandan introduces Vaikam Muhammad Bashir in his article, Remembering Bashir. It's an excellent article of Vaikam Muhammad Bashir, about Vaikam Muhammad Bashir. Then Sachidanandan says, Bashir was a modernist who never knew that he was one. He broke new grounds quite casually, unself-consciously, just by narrating his varied experiences within and outside the borders of his native land. He shunned the big canvas. It was not the expanse that mattered to him, but the sheer depth and intensity of the narrated experience. So what makes Bashir relevant for our context is that Bashir just moved away from the canonical way of writing, and he made the indigenous ways of life, the indigenous language, the dialects of language a part of his writing. So when we look at this Arab Malayalam writing and the Mappila Muslim lives, Bashir has written a lot from that context. And Shapiro has, on his review of classics of modern South Asian literature, has this argument from Aryasha. We see how Vaikam Muhammad Bashir, by skillfully and naturalistically describing social practices and beliefs of the Malayali Muslim community in Kerala, was able to write a novel that, despite initial criticism from many segments of the Malayalam literary community, was able to gain acceptance as a canonical work of Malayalam literature, which means Bashir created his own way of a canon, or his own canon from the very indigenous adoption of like indigenous languages and cultures and dialects. And the novel, Me Granddad and Elephant, just for an introduction, I'm quoting Mary Chandran's in her article, A Writer Translator. The text under consideration here in the Pupakaranandairna, Me Granddad and Elephant is the English version of Endu Pupakaranandairna. The picture on the right is the English version copy, published by Madhurami Books. And Mini Chandran says the text under consideration here in the Pupakaranandairna is linguistically, socio-culturally, and geographically set in the typical Bashirian world. More of a novella than a novel, it centers on an illiterate Muslim girl, Kunyi Fatuma, who is the protagonist, and she is forced to grow up when her family lost all the wealth and reduced to penury. And yeah, these are the key parts. I hope we'll have some time to discuss. And there is a term asal. Mother of Kunyi Fatuma boasts about her father's elephant. Like her father had an elephant. Like it's a description about the elephant which leads the title of the novel. When she says it was asal ulla aanernu, which in English it was a nice elephant. The term asal is very interesting because the Arabic version of asal can be three words. One is asal, one is apostle, and the other one is al-asal. And out of these three, Arab Malayalam choose one meaning, because in Arab Malayalam, asal has only one meaning. But in Arabic, the Arabic equivalents have three different versions. Asal, the first one, the right end means honey, and the middle one, wasl, means to wash, and the last one on the left end is al-asal, that's origin. And the meaning, the origin was taken into Arab Malayalam, and Bashir uses that term. But the first two terms have direct Malayalam equivalents. So, but the idea of origin is a little more abstract. Maybe that's why the term was chosen out of the three. And just moving forward, libas, that's another word. And when Kunyi Fatuma, like the protagonist, gets to wear a different type of dress style, which was not of usually wore or used by Muslims. Then Kunyi Fatuma's mom says she's wearing the dress of non-Muslims or kafirs. For that she says it's kafir chigalade libas. The term libas was used by Arabs in a different sense. So when the Arabic language came in contact with Malayalam, the sense changed, because libas is a more metaphoric term and it's not commonly used to refer to the day-to-day dressing style. For example, Quran says libas taqwa, like, which means the garment of virtue. So when we use that term, the just opposite side, the garment of non-Muslims, or like the garment of, in a very day-to-day literal sense, the whole meaning changes. That's how Arabic came in contact with Malayalam, and the new language actually changed the whole initial original sense used in Arabic. Both these two examples demonstrate that. And other cultural influences, another concept which once Kunyi Fatuma, the protagonist, hears a song sung by Aisha, another character, and she says that this song has an ishal, or like nalla ishal ulla song aanu. That means this song has a particular, like, because ishal, the concept of ishal is very particular, and that very concept shows how different cultures interact and form a hybrid idea, because ishal usually refers to melodic framework of Mapila songs, and it's identical to the concepts of tala and raga in the Indian music, but it was influenced by folk tradition of Kerala, especially folk songs, and Arabian musical traditions. And also, when we talk about ishal and the musical context, it's a wonderful way of looking at the hybridity, musicality of Arab Malayalam. Arab Malayalam was more musical than the ancient Sanskrit influence Malayalam or the Malayalam we use. And there are scholars who opine that it was influence of Arab Malayalam and Tamil, which made possible for Eഴുത്തച്ഛൻ to write Adhyatma Ramayanam. And we have Mappila Ramayanam, which is on the right side. It's a cover of Mappila Ramayanam, which is basically originated from the folk tradition plus the Arab culture plus the Ramayana story.
Rafid, would you please conclude in a couple of minutes? Huh?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
And the other one was the cultural influences, the dress codes, which anyway I'll conclude. It's the last slide. It's the last part. When we think about hybridity, we can look at the world or the cultures or intermingling or interaction of cultures from a very sociological perspective or looking at patterns. In literary theory, we generally have a tendency of looking at hybridity from this sociological idea. For example, the concept of hybridity is originally biological. When we say that two separate plants are crossing, it has predictable outcomes. But when two cultures come in contact, we cannot predict the pattern, or we cannot give a sociological template to explain it. For example, if there's an Arab culture and Malayalam context, which two came in interaction, but it doesn't give a predictable pattern. So whether it be Homike Baba's idea of hybridity or Spivak's idea of hybridity, we have to redefine those concepts in terms of understandings that we get from literature. And my questions, like 3 questions, I wish to conclude my presentation. Is it possible to have a more ethical understanding of cultural interactions and hybridity? When we talk about two cultures, like mine and others, do we have more better way of accommodating the otherness of other culture than reducing it to patterns? And also how literature brings new perspective to this idea of hybridity. Also, in the current context, we have this government rewriting history and the entire idea of fascism. And can literature preserve the experiences of cultural interactions in such a context? Thank you for listening. I hope the idea was clear. At least you got some part of it. We can have a discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rafid, for your wonderful presentation. In fact, you have focused on an area which is, in a way, less trodden by the scholars. And there is ample scope to work on this area. And you have rightly chosen, an area of research which is definitely going to provide a lot of insights, not only to the researcher, but also to other people, who will be benefited by the outcome of your research. In fact, I was, going through a review. Yes, I was going through a review, in fact, in which it was written that Bashir achieves a kind of miracle, by writing like he talks. Sometimes I wonder, the reviewer says, if the old man is conning us, because what he has done to the Malayalam language, one would normally assume, can be done only by going through the agonies of literary tapasya. He uses the word tapasya. And Bashir has pared the Malayalam language to its skeleton, taken the bones apart, broken them into pieces, and honed the pieces into insane beauty. Wonderful expression, insane beauty. Bashir's dust jackets ought to carry this statutory warning. And the reviewer writes, imitation by lesser craftsmen is injurious to health. Wonderful observation. Anyway, so Bashir was really a wizard, of a new technique, of a new style, of a new way of linguistic experimentation. So thank you for taking up this area of research, and I hope your paper has, stimulated, a lot of, discussions, maybe questions and comments. I would request, the esteemed audience to ask, 1 or 2 questions to Rafid, or to give him some advice, any suggestion, anything. Please.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
You may write in the chat box as well. No. Any comment, any observations, sir? Okay, so it seems, anyway, there are no questions. Yes, Shrudipto Sheel has commented. I can see it.
Yeah, the vocabulary from Arab, how is it accepted in Malayalam language?
Yes.
Yeah, Sudipta, the idea of vocabularies is generally the Arab vocabulary has a limited influence over Malayalam when we compare it with the influence of other languages like Tamil or even English. But the vocabulary came in contact basically because Arabs were traders. So we have trade-related ideas, trade-related goods, and mainly those kinds of words came in contact, like came in circulation. And Malayalis or like the Malayalam language adopted such words is what my understanding.
Now, was there any effort towards Sanskritization? That is the second part of his question.
I think it was kind of a counter process, not Sanskritization, because I talked about Tunjata Tachan's Adhyatma Ramayanam Kelipate. So when we look at it, it is not strictly Sanskritized, or those works of that time when Malayalam literature was influenced by Arab literature, it kind of freed from the Sanskrit literature and it attained more musicality and rather the Arab influence. But we cannot say it's just Arab, because we had the Tamil context, also the Carnatic influence and all. Yeah, vocabulary is, it's related to trade. Still, in a say, you mean the contemporary vocabulary also originated from trade?
Thank you. Thank you, Rafid. And thank you for your brilliant presentation.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, Professor Nambi, sir, please.
Yeah. This was an interesting paper. Sorry, I couldn't hear some part of it. And you see, Malayalam is basically a Dravidian language which has very strong Sanskrit component, and its literary discourse basically is a Manipravalam, as we call it, emerged in the 15th, 16th century, when Malayalam had to contend the hegemonic power of both Sanskrit and Tamil. But it defined its own individual cultural identity by amalgamating both these what we call languages and the vocabulary, syntax, etc., but defining Malayalam's own separate ideas of literature. So you find the mainstream canonical Malayalam literature has moved along a very different kind of trajectory, different from either Tamil or Sanskrit. And from 15th, 16th century, we have the presence of Dutch and Portuguese on the coastal areas of Kerala, and the Arab traders come much earlier. So from maybe 8th, 9th century onwards, we have the presence of Arabs in the western coast of Kerala. And Arab Malayalam definitely was a very important medium of expression for a large community of Mapilas in the Malabar area. And it is, as we had another session just before this, where I was chairing the session on Arabic Malayalam, 2 wonderful papers we had. So we need to actually take into account the corpus of prose and what I call folk songs and the romances produced in Arab Malayalam over a period of 400 plus years. And by 19th century, its presence was increasingly marginalized. English became the medium of instruction. And as you have argued, I can very well see the emergence of the novel definitely dealt a kind of blow to the oral traditions, the written print culture. But Bashir is unique. Vaikam Muhammad Bashir is one of those rare writers who has given Malayalam a philosophical, visionary kind of, you can say, vision about a larger world. And we need to look at the subtext in Bashir's text. I think that is what, when you talk about words, or you say, you can look at Endopu Pakarani, no, I have actually written about this. The subtext are coming from the Persian-Arabic kind of poetics. Mm-hmm. There is definitely a larger kind of trans-regional dimension to his fictional discourse. So it is good that you have explored that, but it also needs to be looked into the manner in which a certain fictional representation of Muslim communities in Kerala is also done. The question of modernity, how do you negotiate modernity? So Bashir, in this particular novel, this is one of those very rare novels in Malayalam which confronts the question of modernity in the context of minority, in the context of a minority community. And in negotiating the compulsions of modernity, he is actually facing the dilemmas. You see, how can you retain the community identity and at the same time embrace the secular modern? You see, how do you actually... So there are no clear answers, but I think the way in which he calibrates this subtext into the larger text of his fictional narrative, you have an experiential kind of vocabulary of this minority community which comes from the separate history. So I think in comparative studies, we need to pay attention to these subliminal layers of voices which are perhaps not available in canonized literature, but definitely Bashir's texts are peopled with this a large number of such voices which come from multilingual sources, which are outside the Malayalam. In his short stories, there are a number of examples. But I think the larger direction of your paper pointed to this possibility of examining subtext. So I wish you all the best. It's a good line of inquiry. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Nambisan, for your insightful remarks, and I'm sure that would help Rafid a lot. Rafid, thank you, Rafid, for your presentation. And with this, we come to the conclusion of this session. And I would like to thank all the esteemed audience in this session, particularly Professor Nambisan, Professor Satyanath, and others who were quite active in providing their comments and suggestions on the two papers presented during this session. I would also like to thank, personally, Dr. Ravi Bhushan and Rindon and Dr. Shantan Dasgupta. Here I also see my friend Professor Jatin Naik, all of them, Professor Chandra Mohan, and all the members of the organizing committee of CLI for giving me this opportunity to chair this session. Thank you all, and it was really a nice experience for me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we would take it. We would go to the next session, and it's my pleasure to introduce our next chair, Professor Jatindra Kumar Nayak. Professor Jatinder Kumar Nayak has been a retired professor and head of the Department of English, Utkal University, Bhubaneswar, India. He is now working as the adjunct faculty at IIT Bhubaneswar. He is currently the member of the English Board of Sahitya Academy. He won Hutch Crossword Book Award for translating a novel by Chandrasekhar Rath as Astride at the Wheel. Katha Translation Award for Tarun Kanti Mishra's short story As the Descent. Professor Nayak is the co-translator of the English translation of Udiya novel Chah Mana Atha Guntha by Fakir Mohan Senapati. He has also translated into English the Atma Jibana Charita, the autobiography of Fakir Mohan Senapati, as Story of My Life. His other notable translations in English include the translation of Jagannath Prasad Das's Desha Kalapatra into A Time Elsewhere. He is also the editor-in-chief of Sahitya Web Journal of CLAI as well as of Marg Asia Journal of Asian Studies. Thank you and welcome, sir. Over to you.
Jatinder, you are on mute.
Yes, yes. Am I audible now?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
So I welcome everyone to this session of the International Conference. And we have three very interesting papers, fascinating papers on three different subjects. Very exciting papers indeed. So without wasting any more time, I would now request Arpita Dasgupta to present her paper on Folktales from Local to the Global, a comparative estimate of the Arabian Nights and Thakur Marchuli. So
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I hope I am audible.
Yes, yes, you are.
Thank you, sir. And my regards to Professor Jatin Nayak and my regards to all the august audience present over here. Now, my paper has been titled Folk Tales from Local to Global. So here what I'm basically trying to do is I'm trying to look at two collections of bedtime stories, because when you talk about folk tales, two things come to my mind. One is the people. That means it is a product of the soil. It has some regional overtones. It tastes of that particular region. And secondly, it is folk, so it belongs to an oral tradition. It's pre-literary. It goes back, dates back long back. So with these two ideas in mind, I look upon two collections of bedtime stories, because when you talk about folk tales, bedtime stories, I think the most common and the most popular kind of folk tales, because in order to listen to stories, we need to have some time, some leisure. Otherwise, who tells and who listens? Well, now, I here make a comparative analysis of two collections of bedtime stories. I dare to look upon Arabian Nights as a collection of bedtime stories. And with this, I am comparing another collection of stories, which is called Thakur Marchuli. If you translate this, a collection of folk tales from Bengal. And if you translate this in English, it becomes Grandmother's Bag. And through this comparative analysis, I'm trying to look at, of course, this is a paper directed towards the study of comparative poetics. But at the same time, my basic focus will be to look at East, how she is presented in her bedtime stories, to look at her culture, her tradition. And before I begin my paper, I would like to present two problems regarding what I have just said. I want to understand the East. That is, how am I studying Arabian Nights? So my knowledge or my access to Arabian Nights is mediated through European translations. This is one problem. At the same time, I don't know whether what is original, and the concept of original is itself a very problematic, idea. And another fact is, if you think about there is anything called the original Arabian Nights, then also the importance of that original product we are talking about in its native place, or to what extent it represents its culture, that is also a matter of great controversy amongst the scholars. So instead of bothering about those critical contentions, let me straight away get into what I'm going to say over here. Now, when we talk about the oral tales, so we talk about somebody who is telling and somebody who is listening. So first, let me talk about the person who is telling. In Thakur Marchuli, and Grandmother's Bag, who is the teller? The teller is grandmother, but the grandmother is implied. We don't get to see the grandmother. Her presence is implied in this collection of tales. grandmother's bag or Thakurmar Choli has an author. It is Dokshinaranjan Mitra Majumdar's Thakurmar Choli. So he is the writer. But at the same time, he's presenting himself. He's saying, "Oh my God, please understand, I'm not the writer. I have just compiled these tales from different parts of Bengal." Then undivided Bengal. This tale was published in 1907. So here we find the author posing as a compiler and the narrator being implied as the grandmother. That means the eldest member of the family, and that means the target audience is children. These tales are directed towards the children. These are children's stories, and these tales are told as the audience, as the elderly people, especially the grandmother, tries to feed the babies and lull the babies to sleep. And if we look at the subtitle of the tales, it is called Banglar Roop Kotha, that is Banglar, Tales of Bengal. Roop Kothas of Bengal. So what is Roop Kotha? If I dissect this word Roop Kotha into two, I get two words. One is Roop, that is the image, and Katha, of course. I don't need to tell about what is Katha. So that means it is about oral tales, and it is about a very vivid form of oral storytelling, and it is Bengal's tales. So that it has a stamp of Bengal. And interestingly, something which I've already mentioned, the date of publication is also very interesting. It came in 1907 when Bengal was in the midst of severe agitations against the proposed partition of Bengal, which happened 2 years earlier. So there also, and if we look at the preface written by Rabindranath Tagore in Thakurmar Choli, we find he's looking about these tales as essentially Swadeshi product, and he's categorizing, or rather he's differentiating these tales from the fairy tales of the West. It has an Eastern quality, which at least the people who have read this or who have presented this, they are claiming. Now, if we look at the structural organization of this, the book Thakurmar Choli, and we find the tales are classified under 4 different headings. And if we look at the titles, each section has a rhythmical introduction, which introduces the tales which belong to that particular section. If we look at the titles, the headings of these particular sections, they interestingly they relate to different stages of feeding the child and lulling the baby to sleep. For example, the first stage is titled Dudesh Chagor, that is the sea of milk, which is the starter. First, you milk the child. Next is Roop Toroshi. That is the section which comprises the tales of the Rakshas and Rakshasi, which is, I might say, the main course. And after that, you have the section which is titled Chang Bang. So it is here we find the light humorous tales, just like the chutney after the meal course. And finally, you have the dessert, and this section is titled Am Shandesh. And here we don't have any tales. Here we have only rhymes, which are lullabies. And at the end of it, we find by the time this lullabies end, the child is already fast asleep. Now, very briefly, if I look into Arabian Nights. Now, of course, there is no special compiler. It ranges from Alif Lela to orphan stories which have been derived from oral renditions. So there is no specific compiler. We can't talk about one author or compiler. That's meaningless. But it has a narrative. Whatever translation we follow, we find that basically the text can be divided into 2 sections. One is the first part where you have the frame story, and the second we have the main part where you have the tales which have been clubbed under which have been categorized as the narratives of Scheherazade. So the narrator Scheherazade in question, here she is not implied, she is very much there as a character. She is the protagonist of Arabian Nights as I see her. And she is the daughter of a Grand Vizier, and she's the bride. She's wedded to the Persian Sultan Shahryar. And she, not only that, she is a model narrator. She's highly read. She's a scholar. She's a musician, and on top of that, she's well-read and well-bred. So she's master of all trades, jack of none. So if you have such a character who knows everything, there's nothing she cannot do and she doesn't know. That means this becomes an easy explanation of the wide variety of tales because she knows everything. And if we turn to the listener, who is the listener? The listener is the Persian, her husband, the Persian Sultan Shahryar. So the listener is an adult. That means this is a basic difference from Thakurmar Choli. This is meant for the adults. And here, this is not only an adult, what kind of an adult? Because Shahryar, we know the story in order to save time, I don't need to go into that. But Scheherazade is telling these stories. She is, anytime she might be killed if he doesn't tell the story. So she is telling the stories with a definite agenda. She wants to be alive. So this instantly reminds us of the culture of storytelling, which is an integral part of the popular culture, not only of Arabian countries, but of any country, where storytelling has emerged as a branch of popular culture. And this is the main source of their living. They have to keep the audience, they have to engage the attention of the audience by hook or crook, night after night, or else they die. So livelihood, the storyteller's livelihood is equal to Shahrazad's time. Now, again, another point since... Yes, sir? Can I continue? I'll continue, sir. Okay. I'll continue, sir.
Dr. Dasgupta, I think we should...
Yes, sir?
Could you sum it up? Because we have the constraint of time. So we have to finish everything by 1:30. So...
Okay. So I'm summing it. Yes.
Yeah. Please sum it up. Yeah.
Yes, I'm summing it up. And basically what I'm trying to see over here is the basic difference is when you're talking about an adult collection of bedtime stories, you have to bring in some topical references. You have to create a semblance of verisimilitude. Otherwise, a mature audience is not going to listen to those stories. So here we have some topical references, and it depends on the audience whether you pursue those references or whether you look upon these as just folk tales and let loose in those collection of stories. And here we find that the variety of these tales also indicates the variety of this culture which we find in the Arabian Nights, and also which I tried to show with regard to Takumachuli. And here, basically, an important part of my paper is where I have attempted a comparative study of one particular story which I find in Arabian Nights and
Any problems? Since there is some technical problem, we can't hear Dr. Dasgupta.
So it's basically the same story. And with regard to that story, I've tried to say that in the Persian story, I've tried to tackle the problem of gender over there, and I've tried to show that the girl over there, Parizad, in the Arabian story, she comes from a much more comparatively gender-neutral space, and as she ventures into the outer world and as she echoes out the success story, which we don't find in the other stories, at least in Takumachuli. And finally, since I've been told to sum up, I'll sum it up as I see that these stories basically talk about inclusion. Ultimately, if I come to the ending, how these stories end, how Takumachuli ends, of all, it's a collection of individual stories, all of which end happily. And Arabian Nights also ends happily, and the ultimate happiness resides in the happiness of Shahrazad, who is ultimately reunited with her husband. She gets back her life. He learns to respect her, and he says that he had done a mistake in trying to generalize womankind as a whole. So it takes a stand against generalization. It talks about respecting your differences, respecting your differences which make your identity, and this is what I'm talking about. And and I've also raised another point that throughout these stories we find the people of the land come in contact with people of the sea. So people of the sea, maybe those people we brand as exotic, we brand as foreign, and how after initial culture shock they gradually understand and appreciate each other. So basically, my analysis, ultimately the Bengali grandmother and the Arabian Shahrazad, they come together as epitomizing a culture which is varied and appreciates the variety of it.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dasgupta, for making such a thought-provoking and information-rich presentation. Now we'll move from Bengal to Odisha, and before I invite the other speakers, let me tell you how we enjoyed reading the Odia translation of Arabian Nights, Ek Hajar Ek Ratra Kahani in our childhood. So this brings back very fond memories. Now it's a pleasure to invite Sahasrabdi Das, who would present a paper on the socio-cultural significance of Satyapir Pala. So I invite Sahasrabdi to make her presentation.
Thank you so much, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Sahasrabdi Das, and my paper is titled The Socio-Cultural Significance of Satyapira Pala. Obviously, this is something I'm still working on. So, if in the end there is time, I'd love to take some suggestions. Without any further ado, I'd begin. So, Palla is a traditional artistic performance which originally started as a ritual for the Satyanarayan Puja in Odisha. This folk tradition developed into Satyapura Palla after Mughal invasions in Bengal and Orissa. The political changes thereafter in Orissa and Bengal led to tension between these two religious communities, and popular writers proposed the use of art forms to bring them together. So, in this paper, I'll attempt to trace the conglomeration of these two religious communities with this art form in terms of its language, cultural context, and I will also try to trace trace how this very art form does not only celebrate the communion of two religious groups but also holds much artistic value, which influences many other popular dramatic forms. I will use Kabi Karna's version of Satyapir Pala, which is a part of his Sora Palas, as my textual reference. So, Orissa was a war zone for the Afghan Mughal tensions in the 1570s, and this continued till the end of 16th century until Orissa completely came under the rule of Mughal Empire. So, Palla recitations till then were only a courtly affair. They were performed as a form of aesthetic literary enjoyment mixed with religious worship. And the chief singers who led these troops exhibited their knowledge of Vedas, Upanishads, and the Odia Ramayana and Mahabharata by the use of a unique storytelling which was much appreciated by the Muslim rulers of the country. The themes of this Palla started with the Vedas, Upanishads, and Puranas, and later other Sanskrit classics were added. The scholarly appreciation and presentation of these great texts with songs and dialogues needed profound knowledge and skills. This is why the Palla troops gained patronage of rulers and were taken care of like other courtiers of high status. Over the years, the performance of Palla expanded outside of the royal courts, but it was in a very different manner. These were performed on auspicious days at homes or temples by priests. However, the priests who performed Pallas were not scholarly like the quotations. They simply read out or memorized lines on palm leaf manuscripts, and they did not possess the skills of storytelling, and they couldn't improvise lines on stage by giving cross references. So this Pala was only a part of the Satyanarayana Puja that is performed in houses, to which a few friends and family were invited. There was no troupe, but a single priest who he performed it while sitting. So it is also called Baithaki Pala in Odia. Thus, the grandness of this art remained in the confines of the royal court for the elite classes for ages. It only came out of the royal courts when there was a need of bringing together of religions in the state. The conflicts of the 16th century did not affect the local citizens directly, but they led to religious intolerance between Hindus and Muslims. At such a crucial time, poets and artisans realized that the use of art forms could help in building back the communal harmony that existed before. This could be done by bringing together of art forms to glorify religions. So before this happened, many saints preached the singularity and oneness of Hindu and Muslim deities in the previous century. I think it probably started with Akbar's Din-e-Ilahi movement, which was later followed by Saint Kabir and the Hindu preacher Sri Chaitanya in the later years. Guru Nanak also worked to reconcile both the religions and identified Ram and Rahim as one. In Orissa, the followers of this movement started worshipping Satyanarayan and Pira together at Satyapir. Satyapira Pala originated as a ritual for Satyanarayan Puja during the reign of Hussain Shah, and Kabi Karna during the 17th century started writing palas, and his Satyanarayan Pala that glorified the deity Satyapir. As more people started worshipping this deity, Satyapir Pala broke down the binary of aesthetic and religious pala into a socio-cultural bridge for communal harmony by syncretism of Hindu and Sufi traditions. The Satyapira focuses on the worship of Satyanarayan and Pira, which is also known as the Sufi saint. The role of Pir in Sufism is to guide and instruct his disciples into the Sufi path, which is to associate oneself with the divine and fully embrace the presence of divinity in this life. The mystical teaching method is tariqa, and it is led to seek truth. This concept I find it is analogous to the belief of Satya in Satyanarayan, which means the highest being who is an embodiment of truth. Because of the Satyapira cult, many Hindus became the disciples of fakirs who are considered to be the incarnation of Satyapir. The conciliation of this deity is meant for the well-being of people. The original Satyanarayan Puja also began with a similar note. The concept actually started because they were instructions given by Rishi Narad when he saw so much suffering around the world, and which is due to malnutrition. So he went to Lord Vishnu to seek advice, and Vishnu asked him to, and he was told by Vishnu to perform this puja as per his instructions. This is why one of the main components of this ritual is to invite as many friends and families, friends and relatives, and offer them fruits to keep them well fed. This resonates with the Sufi tradition of social service. The main aim of Pala being observed to the worship of Satyapir is to attain spiritual upliftment. Therefore, the provision of observing this ritual through Kavikarna's Sola Palas when a child is born every year till it attains 16 years of age is popular. This brings a sense of spiritual communion in the entire community. Now I'll talk about the language and form. The language of Satyapir Pala is very unique and it is not limited. Kavikarna was well versed in both Odia and Bengali, which is clearly reflected in his Sola Palas. The language he uses is neither purely Bengali or Odia, but a peculiar mixture of both. There are even many occurrences of random Persian words such as Badsa, Molakat, Hakikat, and so many. He has even written them in the way Odias pronounce these original Persian words. It's not Mulakat, it's Molakat. It's not Badshah, Badsa. So this unique mixture of languages is sometimes described as Bangla Urdu Khichdi or Pulao by the performers and even local people. The language itself is a symbol of conglomeration of not only two religious groups, but also three linguistic sections of the society. The Satyapir Pala is written in the general form of Pala songs, which are usually composed in 2 lines and each 14 lettered. However, sometimes exceptions are made in order to break the monotony. So there is no specific theme in Satyapir Pala, and they are often repetitive. But Kavikarna's language is very simple and colloquial, and it doesn't need any scholarly a person to have any scholarly knowledge to understand it. Satyapir Pala comes under the Baithaki Pala, as I've already mentioned, because it follows the Satyanarayan Puja, and Baithaki means to sit. The puja or worship is endowed with significance because it includes rituals of both the religions. The members get seated and deliver the performance. Music plays a very important role in this performance. The chief singer is called Gaika and is supported by 5 to 6 members who play the different musical instruments. Some of them play mridanga and other members support the storytelling. This pala is also known as Pothi Pala. Now I'll talk about the other forms of this pala. So there have been many different opinions on the actual form of pala. Many consider it as a folk dance, as it is popularly known as pala nacho in Odisha. Nacho means dance. However, some consider it as a type of balladry for the performers sing out the lines. This folk art encompasses elements of both storytelling and theatrics. Today it has taken various forms depending on the dominant elements. Satyapir Pala started as a worshipping ritual but has developed into a variety of performances, and one of the most popular forms that lives today is the socio-cultural pala, which is a part of Thia Pala. Again, a pala which is performed when people are standing. In this form,
You sum up as quickly as you
Yes.
can, because you have to keep
Yes,
the
sir.
time constraint in mind.
Yes, sir. So they have a different form, and every member of a troupe has a distinguished role, unlike the Satyapir Pala. Songs of various types are performed, and there is also the Badi Pala, which gains much more enthusiastic audience because it is a kind of a debate, and in this Badi Pala lines are presented humorously and with the use of local dialects, and even satirical comments are made, which adds to the pleasure of watching the performance alive. So this traditional folk art has a long history and remains significant till today. Satyapir culture started as a bridge between two religions, but it has now evolved into different forms. And though this particular pala, Satyapir pala, is redundant in its themes, but it holds significance for it has influenced many other literary and theatrical forms like Mughal Tamsa, which my friend will talk about. So it is directly concerned with the life of common man in Orissa, and it not only entertains but also inspires them to follow a spiritual and truthful life, irrespective of their religion. So with this I conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Sahasrabdi, for presenting this very stimulating paper in which you talked about the composite culture which came into existence during Mughal rule, during Muslim rule in Bengal and Odisha. And, you have traced its origins, and you have explained how, demonstrated how it built a bridge between two cultures in conflict with each other. So thank you very much for this illuminating talk. And now I will invite Sama Adri Khan, whose paper will focus on tracing the Mughal Tamsa, a unique folk theatric form of Odisha. Over to you, Sama.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm going to speak about a unique folk art form of Odisha, that is Mughal Tamasha. In this paper, I'm trying to focus on the satirical nature of Mughal Tamasha, which encourages the harmony between Hindus and Muslims. I'll be referring to K.C. Behra and Ravi Shankar Rath's contribution in this paper. To begin, I'd say folk theatre in India is an ancient form of theatre that features the textual, sculptural and dramatic effects which has come forth during the medieval period. The use of music dance for such expression has emerged from the Sanskrit word natya, which means drama or dramatic narrative with dance and music. With the beginning of Islamic conquest during 10th and 11th century, the dramatic performance were discouraged. But later on, emergence of Mughal Empire during the 15th century has introduced a varied Persian and Arabic cultural activities which indulges in art forms such as music, dance, poetry, storytelling, folk performance, etc. With the rise of Mughal Empire, the influence of Sanskrit has started to decline as a state language due to the emergence of Persian language in country. Odisha, being in eastern India, could not stay unbiased from the cultural changes. Odia language and literature was heavily impacted by Persian Arabic vocabularies. Various art forms came forth as a part of the Persian Arabic impact. The history of folk art is obscure that keeps on changing according to the historical evolution. Discovering the folk origin of Odisha is not possible. Nevertheless, tracing back in time, it is known that the folk drama of Odisha is dependent upon the religious culture of the people. Such theatrical performance can mostly be seen in the rural areas of Odisha. One such example is Mughal Tamasha, which is originated in Bhadrak. Talking about this origin, Bhadrak has always been Bhadrak being my own native, I'd say, Bhadrak has always played an integral part in administrative, commercial, cultural, and religious affairs between Kolkata and Puri. Mughal Tamasha is considered the pride of Bhadrak. The main reason for which it remained confined to the same district only was its traditional belief that if anyone other than the ustads will perform, then they may come across dangerous diseases. Of course, it is satirical, just like the folk drama. It also believed that the unauthorized person should not focus on the folk drama. Bhadrak has faced the equally populated locality of Bhadrak, populated with Hindus and Muslims. It has faced major riots in 1991 and 2017. After this last communal clash, the play was performed and the 2/3 of the audiences were women from both the communities. Later, when All India Radio and Doordarshan presented it got the popularity outside Bhadrak and was also invited to perform in various theatre festivals. The main reason for its success was the harmonious relation between Hindus and Muslims. Not only both the community enjoyed it, but also they participated in it. The unique way of using 5 different languages, including Oriya, Bengali, Persian, Arabic, Urdu, Hindi, etc., gave it a fame in the annals of theatre all over the India. Talking about the history of this Mughal Tamasha, we go back to the time when the Maratha ruler Raja Man Singh defeated the Afghans and introduced the Mughals in Orissa. But the Afghans did not leave the kingdom, rather they stayed there as the representatives of the Mughal officials. During the 18th century, when the Marathas took off the throne of Orissa, people opened up fearlessly and started criticizing the Mughal aristocrats. But later, the administration of both Mughals and Marathas were corrupted and addicted to various intoxicants and luxury. As a result, they failed to execute their duties towards the state. Their maladministration threatened upon the human values which provoked the writers, and Mughal Tamasha was the reaction against the discontent in a satirical manner, which played a twin role of educating the public about the corrupt practices of the aristocrats, as well as mocking their lifestyle in a comical way. Talking about the plot of this Mughal Tamasha, I'd say it has no plot structure, as basically it is made up of various characters, those who gather and perform their rituals with the Mughal ruler. The Mughal Tamasha was not a small performance, rather an interesting and satirical performance that binds people till the end. These tamasas were held during the midnight hours and lasted till the dawn. Each one of them, the tamasa begins when the people, tamasha was held during the midnight hours and lasted till the dawn. But each of them, during the tamasa going on, the characters came and introduced themselves as their profession by singing and dancing. The plot was based on the practice of large empires whose rulers ruled the distant regions through representatives who time to time visited different localities under their charge. The people of these territories become the victim of the exploitation. Mirza Sahab in Tamasha is one such administrator who visits the locality under his charge. After the audience are gathered, the orchestra plays the music along with the characters sing and dance, praising Allah and Shiva. Then the Chowdhury announces the matter of the arrival of Mirza, who is taken to his throne, which is on a raised platform. The Chowdhury salutes him, after which Sebayats are summoned one after another to sing and dance while introducing their roles, which marks the beginning of the play. The Mirza is now found to be enjoying the luxurious lifestyle. He is served with Mughal cuisine. A barber is called upon who is afraid of Mirza and shaves his beard with using a broom and a hoe tool. And if the Mirza coughs or sneezes, the barber jumps out of fear, which causes laughter among the audiences. Further, Mirza is thought to be attracted towards the milkmaid and gives her promising words for a luxurious life, but she rejects his proposal by saying she is married and leaves the stage, by which Mirza Sahab is thwarted, making the end of the play. At the final act, Mirza Sahab also stands up and asks for the reason behind singing and dancing, and he himself praises Lord Shiva and leaves the stage. So after the plot, let's come to the character. There are various characters in this play, such as Sebayat, who are the people who render personal service, Vastiwala, who is waterman, Jhaduwala, who is the sweeper, Farraz are the people arranging bed, Hukkawala, the person who arranges hookah, Pankhawala, the man who fans, Bhatt, the man who recites praises, Nana Shakhi, the follower of Guru Nanak, Daftari, the peon, Khanashama, the cook, Jamidar, the landlord, Gumasta, the manager, etc. Dudwali, the milkmaid, Chowkidar, the bodyguard, etc. They are called upon the stage and they perform dance, they introduce themselves as desired by the Mirza Sahab. The character of Dudwali is more interesting, as it was the only female character played by a male who flaunted her beauty by singing and dancing. The language of this drama is one of a unique kind. The use of Odia, Hindi, Urdu, Bengali, Persian, and Arabic throughout this play marks its uniqueness. For example, at the beginning, when Mirza Sahab enters the stage, after which the Chowkidar or the bodyguard enters shouting Dabe khade ho, which means stand fixed, Hat khade ho, which means stand at a distance, which depicts the arrival of Mirza Sahab. Each character introduces themselves by shouting Chat Patula Labbe, which here Chat Patula is the name of any character, and Labbe or Labbak, which Arabic meaning is I am present. Further, the Mirza is treated with luxurious treatments like feeding on Mughlai cuisine, for which a chicken is brought and slaughtered with sword, with the dialogue Chat Patula Labbe Murgi Jabe Karbe. Means Chat Patula is present slaughtering the chicken. These dialogues were in the form of mixed indigenous accent. Such dialogues in a prose form was another reason for the audience to enjoy the tamasha sleeplessly. Talking about the costumes, the costumes of the characters were like the Mughals. Most of them were like the Hindus. For example, the costumes of Jamidars or Gumasta were of the normal Hindu clothes. I remember my grandfather telling about how like the characters from the Bastiwala or the Chowkidar, etc. They came to their houses and collected their like sherwanis and all for playing for like contributing in this play. Now talking about the music, the tamasha begins with loud music before anyone enters the stage. Music plays a predominant role in the tamasha. The use of indigenous musical instruments like kabuje, violin, sitar, pakhwaz, diggi, tabla, harmonium, etc. Gave the essence of the Mughal period. Now the stage is here. The play is used to take people near the religious reasons. The stage was made such that it faces the main gate of the temple, and unlike other plays, the stage of this play was surrounded by the audience from three sides. The performance was done in open sky without any screen. A pedestal was made at the center of the stage, which was the throne of the Mirza Sahab. So the main reason for such plays was the audience who were gathered by the attraction of loud music, and the use of costumes, music gave them the feel of Mughal ambience. The harmony between Hindu and Muslim character on the stage works as the medium of brotherhood among the Hindu and Muslim spectators. The arrogancy of Mughal administrator and his luxurious life informs the audience about the maladministration of the state in the hands of careless rulers. To conclude, I would say To understand the state of the rural India, one needs to acquaint themselves about the various folk culture across the country evolved in centuries. Unlike other states' folk art, Orissa is also rich in folk art forms like Leela Jatra, Dhanu Jatra, Danda, Nata, Mughal Tamasha, Sakhi Nata, etc. Amongst this, Mughal Tamasha is the most famous and loved by the audience. The tamasha is purely based on the interaction of the Mughal aristocrats with the commoners. The motive of the play was not to encourage the audience. Was the motive of the play was not to encourage the audience in a sarcastic atmosphere, but also to educate them about the harmony between Hindus and Muslims. During the last 2 centuries, particularly, tamasha was played in the Bhadrak district. But later, due to the rise of urbanization, a lot of villagers shifted to cities, because of which the encouragement of such tamasha declined. Due to adaptation of media culture and the traditional folk culture was found to be in the verge of extinction. The people of Orissa, apart from their monotonous lifestyle, still yearn for the traditional folk theatre. Today, the youth who are busy running to catch the train of the trend are unaware of this folk culture, as well as unaware about the fact that this folk theatre can be a medium of various awareness like the ban of dowry, female foeticide, untouchability, road safety, health hygiene, etc. Nowadays, Mughal Tamasha is no more performed in Bhadrak, rather it is brought to Rabindra Mandap of Bhubaneswar and its performance is practiced within certain intervals. If it is not practiced time to time, then it will be only reading it through some research works or listening from our forefathers. By this, I'd like to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Saima, for your excellent paper, which makes us aware of the pluricultural and multilingual situation which prevailed in Odisha 200 years ago, and it led to the creation of this unique theatre form, folk theatre form, which we have described in such detail. Thank you very much for
Thank you, sir.
your absorbing presentation. Now I would request members of the audience, I invite questions from members of the audience on these 3 excellent presentations. I'm sure some questions have arisen in their minds and I would like to seek answers to them from the paper presenters. So I hope there are questions which will be addressed to the paper readers.
So may I?
Yes.
Yes, I'm Ravi Bhushan, and it was a pleasure listening to all the 3 speakers. Since I'm also interested in folk literature and folk theatre per se, I belong to Haryana, and Sang tradition of Haryana and the Jakdi tradition of Haryana is very similar to the Tapirpala and Bhand Pather of Kashmir and Mughal Tamasha of Odia. Now, somewhere, I was reading that when Roland Barthes says that theatricality is density of science. So my specific question is, or it's an input. Any one of the speakers can address it. That how is performance space important as far as creation of meaning in folk literature is concerned? It's a question out of semiotic concerns. So how is performance space important as far as creation of meaning?
So I think one of the 3 speakers could answer this question. Yeah.
I think, sir, am I audible?
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Please go ahead.
Yes, yes, I'd say, but relating to my paper, I'd say that performance space obviously has some significance because Pala as a art form, it originated as a art form that is to be performed live, that is to be performed in front of people. And this, be it Satyapir Pala, be it the socio-cultural Pala, be it Badi Pala, whatever form it was meant as an, it started as a ritual, worshipping ritual, but it was meant as an entertainment, and it brings together people. So this Pala performances were always scheduled, I also mentioned it. It was always scheduled in the evening time, when people are free from their duties. They have done all of their work, and they can easily come, sit back, and relax and enjoy the performance. And even the satirical comments that come from the performers themselves, they used to enjoy that because they just sit back and relax. But nowadays, first of all, we don't find those live performances, and even if there are live performances, we don't sit around in a circle, and that communion aspect is not found. So I think in this aspect, I think performance based obviously has some significance.
The performance fostering a sense of community, that's what you stress.
Sir,
okay.
Sir,
yes,
may
sir.
I?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, yes.
May I speak, sir?
Yeah, please.
I'm Arpita Dasgupta. May I?
Yes, please do.
Yes, I agree completely with what she said. And regarding the performance space of my people, another thing is that because of the insecurity of the tellers, and another thing is that the people who are hearing you, they're very close to you. They're sitting very close to you, so they can jeer at you, they can sneer at you, and you, despite everything, you have to hold their attention. So maybe even if you're an oral teller, maybe you have something, some manuscript, some text, but you have to be you have to be an extempore and par excellence, and you have to innovate. And every night of performance doesn't remain the same. So, if you compare one night's performance with another, you find several changes. So it keeps on changing, it keeps on floating, and despite everything, you have to hold their attention night after night. So the insecurity enhances the performance, and the proximity enhances the performance. That's what I hope.
Thank you very much, Arpita. So, any other questions from the audience? Any comments or suggestions which might extend what the presenters, the paper readers presented? Any more questions or comments or observations?
Jatin, I have a suggestion.
Yes.
Satyanath here.
Yes, yes.
I think, when you are studying formats of this sort, be it a pala or a tamasha, they shouldn't be differentiated, and you look at them with binary oppositions as sacred, profane, modern, traditional. These categories need to be prevented. Sacred and profane can fuse with each other. Hence, there is always room for an exponential development of these things. So they keep changing. In fact, at some point, I argued for any Vratkatha, the narration of the story at the end has to use a contemporary language, irrespective of what the other aspects are. Yes. And that is where the contemporality gets into the performative text. Yes. So performance is part of the ritual, and also is the place where probably changes, innovations, and new readings are possible. This is only a suggestion.
Yeah, this is a very important intervention. I'm sure the three presenters will learn a lot from that. And the emphasis on the confluence of culture within the performative skills is something that we should take a closer look at. And I hope there are many more questions or observations. I see Dr. Chandramohan. So, is there anything that you would
Jatanji, when you are keeping chairpersons, we thought of you to chair this session because we knew that the social environment and all the epistemological things, you know the best. And we are grateful to you. Thank you for chairing this session and the three speakers. This is marvelous to see the Uriya aspect of it. And this is what I could say because the next session is to begin. Sorry, today we are so much, because today we are not having lunch break. That is very bad, but what to do? We have to finish everything. I hope our friends will bear with us and then we move.
Thank you
Thanks
very
a lot.
much. I think I have done my job rather well because I have finished before 1:30. So thank you very much. I thank the three paper presenters for their excellent presentations, and I learned so much from them. So thank you very much, all of you.
We are learning. Thank you.
I announce the close of the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. And again, a good afternoon to everyone who's present at this point of time. And I would like to welcome our new chair. Sarvachetan Katoch is an associate professor of English at Shahid Bhagat Singh College, University of Delhi. He holds a PhD in English literature from Punjab University, Chandigarh. His academic interests include modern Indian literature, literature of Indian diaspora, literature theory, film and cultural studies, translation studies. He has published a number of scholarly articles on Indian literature and cinema in various academic journals and edited volumes. He is currently working on a book titled The Spinning Reel, Reclaiming Swaraj Through Raj Natmak Hindi Cinema. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks a lot to Chandramohan sir for inviting me to this conference and giving me a chance to chair this interesting session. I hope the two speakers are here. In this session we have Devajit Paul and Sudeep Ghosh. I could see Devajit Paul here, but is Sudeep here? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, Chetan.
Hi, Santinda.
Hi. I don't see Sudeep Ghosh here at the moment.
Yeah, only Devajit is here. So shall we begin with the session? And another thing that I was looking for Sudeep Ghosh's bio note or some introduction. Unfortunately, I could not find it. Anyway, so we have. Chandramohan sir, can you mute yourself? For a while.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. So. Only Devajit is here. Devajit, you're here, and Sudeep hasn't joined. So, is Sudeep presenting or not? That's something that I would like to know. Accordingly, we'll move ahead, and then we'll have good time for Devajit. So, anyway, let's start with this session. We are a little early, almost on time for that matter. The session is supposed to begin at 1:30, so we have started at 1:30. So we have two interesting papers in this session. One is a comparative study of Kalidasa's Meghadutam, the Cloud Messenger, and P.B. Shelley's The Cloud. The two poems, one happens to be a play, but largely, rich in poetry. So both the paper basically focuses on the poetry and how poetry needs to be analyzed comparatively. And it is Devajit Paul who will be presenting this paper. Devajit Paul, I must introduce, teaches at the Sanskrit College, University of Calcutta. He is the author of Phonetics Simplified and Tulona Mulak Sahiter Kotha, a comparative literary book. His research-oriented articles like Comparison of Rainbow and a Comparative Perspective and a Mythical Cohesion, including Literary Shadow on COVID-19 Society, a comparison, have been brought out from Calcutta and Delhi. I would like to invite Devajit Paul and request him to, present his paper. We'll have question and answer in the end after this paper, because I'm still waiting for Sudeep Ghosh to join in. If he joins in, good. Otherwise, Devajit Paul, you will have all time to yourself, and you take your time and give a detailed presentation to us. So over to you. Please begin with the presentation. Please unmute yourself first.
Okay, thank you, sir. Can you hear my speech, sir?
Yes.
But my good afternoon for all. But my paper is linguistic aspect of comparison in Kalidas, the cloud messenger, and Celis the cloud. But actually, language has an important role in the case of the expression of the thoughts and things and emotions of man. In the heart of this expression, there are plain language, figurative language, and emotive language. And figurative language and emotive language dominate the poetic area especially, as plain expression are placed the heart of poetry in such a manner that can bring forth an entire and emotive level in the hearts of the real connoisseur at easy. Emotive language can also create an aesthetic level in the heart of poetry, especially in the core of the poetic language. There is an aspect of the figurative expression. Actually, the question is that the language studies, that there are two basic elements of language studies, and that is to say I want to express here through this my paper, but plain language and figurative language. The plain language is different from the figurative language. The plain language, for instance, this is also called the fundamental less language. See, is beautiful, but in this sentence we have seen that there is no emotive aspect in this sentence. But we can use the figurative language. See is like a rose, and this language is more impressed than the first one. So now the question is, there is application which the poets employ in general to bring an aesthetic pleasure. Naturally, there is a neurological connection between the poetry and rhetoric. We all know that the rhetoric is a what some Greek rhetor means an orator, the gift of the gap. But rhetorical speech or rhetorical language or figurative language can make an impression in the heart of all readers. But the question is that the types rhetoric we see, that is to say, the sound and sense. The sound is related to the phonetical level, and while the sense is related to the semantic level. But cognitive linguistics is related with the figurative language. Actually, the cognitive linguistics is related with is also related with the cognitive power of the poets. Cognitive power of the poets. That actually the phonetics we can divide according to the level of the phonetics. We can see the three types of phonetics: acoustics, articulatory phonetics, acoustics phonetics, and auditory phonetics. In articulatory phonetics, we can see that in these types of phonetics we can articulate the letter or the speech, and acoustics phonetics, through the acoustics phonetics someone can be heard, the speaker, someone can the speech of the speaker reach in a mode. And on the other hand, the articulatory acoustics and auditory phonetics is the types of phonetics that can be heard by the speaker. But sound is related with the figurative language. The sound is divided to parts, the euphony and cacophony. But here In this case, euphony always indicates the pleasant sound and cacophony always indicates the unpleasant sound. But sound is here. Sound deals with the three types of figures of speech, that is to say, alliteration, onomatopoeia, and pun. And semantics related, the sense is related with semantics. The semantics based on the figure, based on similarity, figure based on the imagination, figure based on association, figure based on construction, and etc. But cognitive linguistics has a great role for the sake of the discourse analysis. In the physical form of poetry, sound and sense and subtly observed. For instance, we may refer to from Kalidasa's translation. The translation, the translated were made by the Chandarajan, but from the very text, the cloud messengers, if the fragrance of lotus comes, the fragrance of lotus comes, the fragrance of lotus comes. Here in this case, the two poets, Kalidasa and Shelley, are called the lyrists in the world literature. And from the rhetorical point of view, we have seen that the two poets have here, the poets have been have introduced here the cloud, which has been personified in an artistic manner. The fragrance of lotus comes. The fragrance of lotus comes is personified. The fragrance of lotus, the lotus is an inanimate object, so this very object has been personified according to the attitude and cognitive feelings of the poet. And on the other hand, the Shelley, at the very beginning of the poem, is I bring face the shower for the thirsting flowers. The flowers are inanimate objects. The flowers have been personified, but there is a technical difference. But if Shelley has used here the personal metaphor, because the thirsting is here an adjective or participle adjective. So the cloud has been personified. From the content of the poem, we see that the cloud has been talked to it. The cloud has been talked to it, the speaker of the very text, and while the Shelley has compelled the cloud to talk like a human being. Besides, the Shelley has also used the sound in this case. The sound here, we have been seeing that from the seas and steams. From seas and steams, here is an alliterative area. The seas and steams is an alliteration that can create an euphonic and pleasant atmosphere at the time of hearing this very poem. And next, I bear the light set for the lips when I laid in their noonday dims. But I, the very poet has here used the first person I, and the Kalidasa has used the second person you in the very poem. In the very poem, the cloud messenger. Besides, we have seen that the onomatopoeia is very common in the poetry of these two poets. O rain bearer of the deep-throated rumbling of your thunder. It has been used in Kalidasa, but while the Shelley has been used, and love I pass in thunder. So I love in pass in thunder. So thunder and the poet and poem, the cloud messenger, your thunder. So there is a similarity. So thunder is a common object here. So from the comparative point of view, we have the two poets have here used the figures of speech imaginative point of view, because Kalidasa has used hard dark blue water garden, but Shelley has used in the very poem the simile, like a child from the womb, like a ghost from the tomb, I arise and will again. But I arise and will again here is a personified object. So personification is a type of figure of speech where the inanimate objects work like human being, but two poets belong to the image. Two poets are also called the romantic poet. The romanticism can be clearly utilized through this, through the personified object, but through the use of the figures of speech. Besides, the poet also, the English poet has also used the metaphorical statement, when rocked to the rest on their mother breast. It's also personification and also metaphor. The metaphor and personification have been used here. Shelley is also here in this case a master artist. The Orphan Maiden, the Orphan Maiden. Here the poet has used the very precious. Shelley avoid the common word, the moon. Shelley, while has used the very figure of speech, the periphrase. Besides, in this poem, the Kalidasa's poem, we see that why Jasmine the showing here is the personification. So two poets have used the common figure of speech personification, simile and alliteration, and apostrophe. We have seen the Shelley apostrophe. We have seen the very poem, Kalidasa's poem, O Rain Bearer of the Deep, the and oh gentle pen, she forgets the again and again. There is also alteration and tautology. So there is a dissimilarity, but Shelley has not used the tautology, but Kalidasa has used the tautology in the very poem, the Cloud Messenger. So Cloud Messenger actually in this very poem, from the comparative point of view and linguistic point of view, we have seen that this very poem has been composed based on the natural object, the cloud. So, in the eyes of the two poems, the cloud is an animate object, for which they have compelled them to talk. They have compelled them to talk like human beings. So, in these poems, we have also seen that two poets have also imaginative, but based on the primary imagination, the two poets think of the cloud, and based on the secondary imagination, the two poets also the poets have made the inanimate object to introduce with the very poem, the cloud. And in the very poem, we have, in this very poetry, we have also seen the aesthetic level. We have also the two poets have also maintained the aesthetic level. But after reading the two poems, the aesthetic levels, the aesthetic feelings, the sincere, serious reader can feel the aesthetic feelings after reading the connotative meaning, the very poem. Sir,
hello. Yeah, you're done. You're done with the presentation, or you want to continue? Sorry.
Complete. Complete, sir.
Okay. Thank you. So precise and so to the point, and followed the time frame also rightly. Almost in 10 to 15 minutes, you summarized your argument, and it was really an interesting paper on the linguistic comparison of Kalidasa's The Cloud Messenger and Shelley's Cloud. It did give us a lot of information about the various figures of speech used by both the writers and how they try to describe things almost identically and at times distinctly also, and that helped them in creating some kind of emotive as well as figurative experience. And so now the floor is open. I really appreciate you for it's not easy to do this kind of focused linguistic analysis. I really appreciate you for doing that, for taking up this paper and this subject. Now the floor is open. If there are questions, I invite questions from the audience or anybody who would like to suggest something, make a comment, or ask something. Please go ahead with that. Do we have any questions? And what about the other presenter? I don't think Sudeep Ghosh. Has Sudeep Ghosh joined in? No. So, Devajit ji, thanks a lot for such an interesting paper. We really appreciate your paper. And since there are no questions, I would say that yes, it was indeed a good paper. And I would like to wrap this session up here way before the time, because there's only one speaker and the other speaker could not join in. So, can we conclude this, or Chandramohan sir wants to say something? Yes.
No, I know it is superb in the technical sense that we heard two clouds interacting, but his interpretation was wonderful. And so the cheering, my congratulations to both the chair and the paper presenter. So Ketan, you also did very well, and we are glad that you could come and this session. So thank you very much.
No problem.
My suggestion is now, since we have time, the other session is going on, so we can join that session. And at 2:30, we discuss tea, and after that at 3, we are going to have a valedictory, Dr. Harish Trivedi. And after that, there is one session, which is also a session that is a session for all. And we have Thanksgiving. That is the last item.
How do we join the other session? That's a question. How do we join the other session? I have only one link.
No, the same link. No, you have the other link A. That is called link main link. You go to the link. You go to the main link, because in the end of the program, there are two links. One is meeting link for main session, and the second is meeting link for parallel session. Now you are at the parallel session, and you go to the main link. It is mentioned there. Okay.
Where exactly? The email that I have received has only one.
So may I inform?
Yes, please.
Sir, in the chat box there are two links. In the chat box.
Okay, here itself.
Yeah, for general session A there is a link, and for general session B there is another link.
Actually, my chat box, I can't see anything. There's nothing that I have right now in the chat box.
Ask the technical team to send you the links. Right, sir?
Yeah, please. Yes. Okay, Devajit ji, you can leave, and thanks a lot, Chandramohan sir and Ravi ji.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Hello. Hello, Dr. Chandramohan. Good afternoon.
Oh, wonderful. You look majestic.
Oh, God, this is what you call majestic.
I was really, this is the advantage of technology.
Yeah.
And with no cost, we are able to deliver goods and that too of quality goods.
Yeah. At the same time, keep distances.
Keep distances. So we planned many a time to visit Kerala, see you, and you too planned many a time to come to Delhi, but it all vanished. Yes. My wife is saying, is she jealousy? Okay, yes. Is she jealousy? So, no, no, it means that you have taken good rest and it is reflected in your face.
Okay. So first session is after the first session, valedictory at 3:30. No.
Yes, this section is going on. This will be over by 2:30. Then we have a short break at 40.
Okay.
And then at 3 p.m. We have this part, enduring influence of on Indian literature. This is called the valedictory session. And because actually we had earlier scheduled it at 4:30, 3:30, 4:30. But then our friend said he has to go somewhere. And we could not somehow hold him, and he is coming early, going early, and then the last session, because it is to be chaired by Subha, that will be from 4:15 to 5:30. So at 5:30 we will have vote of thanks,